Please be seated.
Commissioner,
yes.
In this hearing block I appear with Ms Hager of Senior Counsel, and with us is Ms Eleanor Jones, Mr Joe Petrie and Mr David Rowe.
Yes, thank you, Mr Lancaster. Yes.
Please the Commission, my name is Munro. I appear with Mr Milliken and Mr Randalls.
Thank you, Ms Margot.
Please the Commission, my name is Callan. I appear today with Mr Edwards. Otherwise, the State of New South Wales is represented by Ms Sharp, a Senior Counsel, Ms Mellis, Mr McCusker and Ms Boyle, who may be here from time to time.
Thank you, Ms Callan.
Commissioner, I appear on behalf of the ASIO and 6 other Jewish communal bodies.
Yes, thank you, Mr Zwire. Well, this morning we start a block of hearings arising out of the Commission's third term of reference, which I note includes examination of information sharing between Commonwealth and state agencies. While I appreciate the difficulties associated with handling the material, the subject of this hearing, difficulties that will be addressed by the conduct of substantial parts of the inquiry in closed session, to ensure the Commission conducts its work in an efficient and procedurally fair manner, it's necessary that parties with leave to appear have access to documents that are to be tendered in a timely fashion. I trust that for the remainder of this block of hearings, that requirement will not occasion any further difficulty. Yes, Mr Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is the first day of hearing block 2, in which we will examine the circumstances surrounding the attack at Bondi on 14 December 2025, including the 9 specific subtopics described in Term of Reference C. The evidence in this hearing block will include calling witnesses about the conduct of intelligence and law enforcement agencies in the lead up to the Bondi attack in light of the terrorism threat level and security environment. The evidence will build on the evidence and analysis in the interim report, and will also address a variety of issues under Term of Reference C that the interim report identified for further examination. More specifically, hearing block 2 will focus on the terrorism threat level and security environment in the lead up to the attack, the conduct of security, intelligence and law enforcement agencies relevant to the attack, including what was known about the shooters and what was done with that information, the security arrangements at the Chanukah by the Sea event, how intelligence about individuals known to authorities is utilised and shared to inform decisions made by security, intelligence and law enforcement agencies, how decisions are made about the monitoring of individuals who have come to the attention of authorities, including in respect of overseas travel and decisions in respect of firearms licence applications, and resourcing for counter-terrorism. This hearing block is set down for 3 weeks of evidence. Commissioner, as you've previously explained, most of the evidence on this aspect of the Commission's work must occur in hearings that are not open to the public. But we've made efforts to ensure that matters are addressed in public if reasonable and appropriate to do so. At the moment, I expect that the hearing will remain open to the public for today, tomorrow and part of Wednesday, and that after that we'll continue in closed hearings. Even in the hearings today and tomorrow, I note your determination that some of the witnesses should give evidence under a pseudonym and without showing their faces on the live stream. Where those arrangements are in place, they reflect earlier non-publication directions that you have issued. I observe that it may be a criminal offence or a contempt of the Commission to breach a non-publication direction. Some of the witnesses in the next few days will return to give further evidence in closed session. An unavoidable consequence of taking some evidence in public hearings and later evidence in closed hearings is that the evidence taken publicly will reveal only part of the story. I'll now briefly describe some of the evidence that is expected to be led in this hearing block. And can I record with thanks the assistance that has been provided to the Commission by officers and representatives of ASIO, the AFP, New South Wales Police Force, and other agencies and organisations by the provision of numerous statements and by their attendance to give evidence. The first witness will be Mr. Mike Burgess AM, the Director General of Security, that is, the head of ASIO, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. The interim report sets out a good deal of the context in which to consider the adequacy of the security arrangements for the Chanukah event. At its broadest level, that context includes understanding how ASIO had assessed the risk of a terror attack leading up to 14 December 2025 and what it informed law enforcement in that respect. In Mr. Burgess's evidence, some important aspects of that context will be revisited and further explored. For the second half of the 2010s and up to November 2022, a period that featured prominently the rise of Islamic State and its affiliates, ASIO described the national terrorism threat level as probable. In November 2022, that threat level was reassessed and described as possible. And, as Mr. Burgess will explain, there was a pivot by ASIO to increase its focus on foreign interference in domestic affairs. In August 2024, the national terrorism threat level was raised again to probable. Mr. Burgess will explain why and what that meant for Australia's security environment. During 2025, ASIO identified antisemitism as one of its most pressing priorities. Mr. Burgess will be asked to address that topic and how risks from anti-Semitic actors played a part in the threat assessments of ASIO that were published in 2025. Mr. Burgess will, of course, return to give further evidence in closed hearings, along with several other ASIO officers, including Deputy Director General Noyes. 4 topics will be of particular interest. The first is the assessment and description by ASIO of the threat of violent anti-Semitic attacks. The second is the adequacy of information sharing between ASIO and other agencies, including sharing by ASIO of information known to it, and sharing by other agencies of new information that might come to light about persons who have previously come to the attention of ASIO. The third will be the effectiveness of ASIO's investigations and analysis in the lead up to 14 December 2025. The fourth particular topic will be the changes in resourcing and intelligence agencies for counter-terrorism over time. There are, of course, some sensitivities about the public revelation of budgets and funding for counter-terrorism activities, and most of the evidence on this topic will be in closed hearings. But the position outlined in the public version of the interim report can be noted now. Paragraph 9.30 contains a table showing the total estimated actual agency resourcing for the National Intelligence Community agencies for the period 2020 to 2025. ASIO's resourcing during that period grew by 37%, from around $560 million to around $770 million. The combined funding for all NIC agencies increased over that period from about $11 billion to about $14.4 billion. Those figures include Home Affairs and the AFP and other very large intelligence agencies, but excludes defence spending. As the interim report notes at paragraph 9.31, it appears that despite that overall increase, the proportion of funding allocated to counter-terrorism significantly declined across the NIC, the National Intelligence Community, over the period from 2020 to 2025. Those high-level numbers will be examined in more detail in closed hearings. It's important to note at this point that it is the considered view of Director General Burgess that ASIO was not underfunded in respect of its counter-terrorism activities in the period leading up to and including 2025. The second witness today will be Assistant Commissioner Nutt of the Australian Federal Police. The Assistant Commissioner is currently Assistant Commissioner for Global Operations Command and was previously the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism. He'll comment on the threat posed to the Jewish community in the lead up to 14 December 2025 and the various measures the AFP took to address that threat. One such measure was the creation by the AFP of Operation Avalite, which sought to investigate and mitigate high-impact incidents of anti-Semitism from late 2024 into 2025. I should say that so far as the Commission is presently aware, the AFP was not asked to provide any law enforcement resources or assistance in respect of the Chanukah by the Sea event in December 2025, nor was it involved in the emergency response at Bondi. But the AFP has been involved in investigating the attack as part of its role as a member of the Joint Counter-Terrorism Task Force, along with the New South Wales Police Force and others. A number of issues will be explored with Assistant Commissioner Nutt and other AFP officers in closed hearings, including in respect of the structure and operation of the processes applied to persons who have previously come to the attention of authorities, referred to as the Known Entity Management Framework, and how those systems might be improved. As to AFP resourcing, the interim report examined law enforcement resourcing in some detail. That is, the funding and resourcing of the AFP and the New South Wales Police in respect of counter-terrorism. The confidential interim report expresses some conclusions about resourcing of counter-terrorism programs across the AFP and the New South Wales Police, as is recorded at paragraph 10.40 of the public interim report. In light of those matters, it will not be necessary to address resourcing of the AFP and of New South Wales Police in great detail in this hearing block. The more relevant questions for them are the processes for capturing and using information relevant to counter-terrorism activities and specific decisions about the allocation of available resources to particular events and operations. Also giving evidence will be Assistant Commissioner McCusker, who is currently the Commander of the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command at New South Wales Police Force. Her evidence will likewise address the threat posed to the Jewish community in the lead-up to 14 December 2025 and the measures New South Wales Police took to address that threat. Those measures included Strike Force Pearl, which was established to investigate anti-Semitic incidents, including those that occurred over what's been referred to as the Summer of Terror at the end of 2024 and the start of 2025. Again, a number of issues will be explored with Assistant Commissioner McCusker later in this hearing block in closed hearings, including again by addressing questions to New South Wales Police to complement those asked of the AFP in respect of the structure and operations of processes applied to persons on known entity management lists. Commissioner, if our predicted timing proves to be accurate, this afternoon I will call evidence from two witnesses who are involved with the Jewish Community Security Organisation known as the Community Security Group, or CSG, New South Wales. You have made a non-publication direction in relation to each of these witnesses, which prohibits the publication of their names or other identifying information. Each of them will be giving evidence in person in the hearing room, but their faces will not be shown on the live stream and they will be referred to by a pseudonym. Witness ABO is the senior officer of CSG New South Wales. He does not have an operational role in terms of the provision of security at particular events, but rather manages with others the overall operations of CSG. Witness ABO will provide a general description of the background and operations of CSG, including its approach to threat assessments and the way advice about risks and threats is provided to the Jewish community in respect of Jewish celebrations and events. He'll be asked about the relationship between CSG and New South Wales Police and also with ASIO. For some years, CSG has provided notice to New South Wales Police of significant upcoming Jewish community events and communicated assessments and observations about risks to those attending those events. Not all of the matters in Witness ABO's statement will be addressed today. The Commission is planning to devote a number of days in a future hearing block to issues concerning Jewish community security now and into the future. The evidence of Witness ABO today will address some of the specific contact between CSG and New South Wales Police in the lead up to the Chanukah events at Bondi and Dover Heights in December 2025. CSG produced a threat assessment document titled Jewish Festival Calendar Notification, Chanukah, which was sent on 28 November 2025 to a number of New South Wales Police contacts, including the commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command. On 8 December 2025, CSG sent an email to Eastern Suburbs PAC, I'll refer to the Police Area Command in that way, with the subject line, Event Notification Community Security, which gave notice of a number of upcoming Jewish community events in the eastern suburbs, including what was called the Chanukah Party at the beach. It was indicated in that email that that event would be held at the park at Bondi Beach and that about 1,000 people were expected to attend. The email referred to a number of events, and for one category of events, the email asked for police status checks of each event. But the email expressly went on to identify 3 of the planned events, including the Bondi Beach event, and asked for deployment of police resources, quote, for the entirety of the event, unquote, at each of those 3. Witness ABO will also give evidence about the CSG security team that was present at the Chanukah by the Sea on 14 December. The second CSG witness will be referred to as Witness ABP. He is the Chief Operating Officer of CSG. He will be asked about evidence he gives in his statement about 2 telephone calls he had with police officers of the Eastern Suburbs PAC. The first call was on 8 December 2025 when he spoke to the commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC for about 4 or 5 minutes, and there is a question about the subject matter of that telephone call. The second call was on 10 or 11 December when Witness ABP received a call from the officer who was the Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs PAC. Witness ABP recalls that they discussed police resourcing at the Chanukah events that were coming up in the Eastern Suburbs. I should note at this point that one police officer from Eastern Suburbs PAC will not be giving evidence. The Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs PAC has not been required to furnish a statement to the Commission and has not been required to attend to give evidence to the Commission. I note, Commissioner, you made this determination in light of information provided by New South Wales Police and for reasons that will not be placed on the public record. For the purposes of the evidence of others, the Operations Inspector has been given the pseudonym ABV. A witness to be called tomorrow is Assistant Commissioner Peter McCusker, who has been Commander of the Central Metropolitan Region since July 2024. In that position, he has command responsibility for 10 police area commands, including the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command. The Assistant Commissioner's evidence will address questions about the way New South Wales Police plan for and decide upon the allocation of police resources to events. Very different processes are applied to events depending upon whether they are treated as community events or as major events. New South Wales Police has a process for assessing the risks and resources appropriate for an event by reference to a 3-tier assessment. In 2025, the police treated events during Jewish High Holy Days, that is, in September-October, as Tier 3 events, the highest tier, in which police resources for the event were managed by the Major Events Group rather than being managed by the local police area command. For Tier 3 events, liaison would occur with the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command of the Police Force. By contrast, the Chanukah events at Bondi and Dover Heights in 2025 were each regarded as Tier 1 community events, in which the management of the police resources was the responsibility of the local area command, in this instance, the Eastern Suburbs PAC. The management of Tier 1 events did not require any liaison with the Major Events Group or the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command, and it presently appears to the Commission that there was no such liaison between Eastern Suburbs PAC and either the Major Events Group or the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command or the Public Order and Riot Squad in the lead up to the Chanukah event at Bondi. These significant matters of risk assessment and allocation of police resources to the Bondi event will be addressed in the Assistant Commissioner's evidence and also in the evidence of the Superintendent, who was the commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC in December 2025, which we'll address further in a moment. Assistant Commissioner McKenna will also give evidence about Operation Shelter. Operation Shelter was established on 11 October 2023 in the immediate aftermath of the attack on Israel by Hamas on 7 October 2023. The evidence will address the nature of that operation, its structure and its resources, and the way it was staffed and deployed over the years 2023 to 2025. It presently appears to the Commission that Operation Shelter was not involved at all in the planning of police deployments in respect of any Chanukah events in 2025, including Chanukah by the sea at Bondi, but that will be examined in the evidence. We will also hear evidence from Superintendent of Police, who held the position of Commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command in December 2025. Commissioner, you've made a non-publication direction in relation to this witness, which prohibits the publication of the officer's name or other identifying information, though it is permissible to refer to the officer's rank or position, as I have. That officer has been given the pseudonym ABQ. Witness ABQ will be giving evidence in person in the hearing room, but again the live stream will be limited to voice and not to visuals. As I've indicated, the Chanukah events at Bondi and Dover Heights in 2025 were treated by the police as Tier 1 community events. It follows from that assessment that decisions about the allocation of police resources to the event were made at the local Eastern Suburbs PAC level. Witness ABQ will give evidence that the primary decision maker in that respect was the Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs PAC, that is, Officer ABV. But Witness ABQ will also say that as the Commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC, she was in December 2025 aware of the approach that Officer ABV was taking to police taskings for the Chanukah events, and that she agreed with the decisions that were made, and she took no steps to intervene in or change the decision made by the Operations Inspector. The Commander will be asked about the assessment by the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command of the threats to and risks concerning the Chanukah event at Bondi, and whether in hindsight the decision about the allocation of police resources was appropriate for a large Jewish celebration in a public park in December 2025. Also giving evidence in this hearing block will be Assistant Commissioner Haywood, who was at the relevant time Commander of Police Prosecutions and Licensing Enforcement Command. That command includes the Firearms Registry. Her evidence will address the structure and operation of the New South Wales Firearms Registry and the procedures adopted in respect of taking into consideration intelligence information in respect of an applicant for a licence. Part of the Assistant Commissioner's evidence can be taken in public hearing, but a substantial part of it must occur in closed hearing. There will be 4 officers from the Firearms Registry who will be called to give evidence in closed hearings. Also giving evidence from the New South Wales Police will be Deputy Commissioner Hudson. He has strategic responsibility for the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command, and also for the Police Prosecution and Licensing Enforcement Command, which, as I've noted, includes the Firearms Registry. A principal focus of the evidence intended to be led from the Deputy Commissioner is the intended operation of the Rapid Response Team. The establishment of that team was announced by New South Wales Police at the end of February this year. Assistant Commissioner Cook of the New South Wales Police Force has provided a detailed statement, and he will give evidence tomorrow afternoon. That statement has complemented the examination of the details of the New South Wales Police emergency response to the Bondi attack that has already been carried out by the Commission. Much of that detail cannot be addressed in public hearings, but some can be. The detail provides some really important matters of context that are vital to a fair assessment of the police response at the time of the attack. Counsel assisting will endeavour to be both rigorous and fair in the assessment of facts and issues raised in term of reference C. The examination of circumstances surrounding such a harrowing and deeply distressing event must be done sympathetically but unflinchingly. You'll then be in a position to assess all the evidence in its proper context. There is no evidence that any intelligence agency or law enforcement agency had any actual knowledge or specific information to suggest that there might be an armed attack on the Chanukah celebration at Bondi on 14 December 2025. In that sense, it was a surprise attack. We anticipate the evidence will show the following 8 facts. First, as I've indicated, the evidence from CSG will be that CSG asked New South Wales Police to provide a police presence for the entirety of the Chanukah events at Bondi Beach and at Dover Heights. Second, New South Wales Police decided not to provide a static presence for the duration of the Bondi event, but allocated a mobile tasking. That is, police officers were instructed to attend the event from time to time during the evening. Third, notwithstanding that the police resource allocation decision was that there was to be no static police presence at all times during the event, at the time the shooting began, there were 4 police officers at Archer Park. Fourth, within 29 seconds of the start of the shooting, 11 people were shot, tragically 10 of them fatally. Fifth, 3 police officers were shot and injured in the course of the attack. Sixth, within 5 minutes, there are 11 officers on the scene. Seventh, the first shooter was shot and killed, and the second shooter was shot and apprehended around 7 minutes and 41 seconds after the start of the shooting. Eighth, specialist police commands were deployed to Bondi, though the detail of the timing and conduct of those specialist commands will not be addressed in public hearing. Assistant Commissioner will also give evidence, Assistant Commissioner Cook will also give evidence about a critical incident investigation that is being undertaken by New South Wales Police. That investigation is ongoing and obviously it would not be appropriate to open it up to general scrutiny in public. Nevertheless, the evidence will include that the critical incident investigation has identified 2 issues that may have impacted the ability of officers responding to the attack to neutralise the threat. The evidence will also show that New South Wales Police has taken steps already to address those identified issues. Finally, I should also mention that representatives of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and also the Police Commissioner for Western Australia will be called to give evidence at some stage during the closed hearings. ACIC collects, assesses and disseminates intelligence and policing information with the objective of protecting the community from serious and organised crime. Those engaged in serious and organised crime may become involved with or provide services to individuals who engage or plan to engage in acts of terrorism. ACIC manages the National Criminal Intelligence System, and that organisation is an important part of any consideration of information sharing for the purposes of counter-terrorism. Commissioner Blanche of the Western Australian Police has been proactive in advancing proposals for improvements in the way that state police forces, the AFP and other agencies preserve and share information about individuals who are on known entity management lists. Before I conclude, can I repeat again a warning about witness protection and confidential information? A number of witnesses will give evidence at this hearing, as I've indicated, under a pseudonym, and they are in connection with the hearing to be identified only by their pseudonym or by their rank or position. Those witnesses' names and any information that may tend to identify them are subject to a direction not to publish that has been made under Section 6D, subsection 3 of the Royal Commissions Act of the Commonwealth. It's a criminal offence to publish information in contravention of a direction made under Section 6D3. I would also like to repeat that it's important to recognise the protections available to those engaging with the Royal Commission. The Royal Commissions Act contains statutory protections for persons who give evidence to it or who produce documents, information or a statement pursuant to a summons, requirement or notice issued by the Royal Commission. For example, it's a criminal offence for a person to inflict any punishment, damage or disadvantage on any person who has appeared as a witness or produced a document or given information or a statement pursuant to a compulsory process. Witnesses who give evidence to the Commission should not be subjected to any form of vilification or abuse for doing so. As I've explained, a good deal of sensitive information is to be examined in this hearing block in closed hearings. Broader disclosure of that information risks compromise to the administration of justice, interference with the work of the Commission and risks to national security. A relatively small number of people have been authorised to access confidential information in preparation for the closed hearings, including access to the confidential version of the interim report. Unauthorised disclosure carries criminal liability, and the Royal Commission may make referrals to police if information appears to have been leaked. Commissioner, I invite you to take a short adjournment, and then I will call the first witness in this hearing block, who will be the Director General of Security.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. It will be a very brief adjournment, just to allow the pool camera to be removed from the hearing room. Yes, please sit down.
I call Mr. Mike Burgess.
Yes.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, Yes, Mr. Burgess, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Yes, very well.
Burgess, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, please state your full name.
Michael Paul Burgess.
You are the Director General of Security.
That's correct.
You have prepared 5 statements and provided them to the Commission. I'll give their document IDs in a moment. There are redacted versions that have been prepared, but I understand you have a copy of each of the 5.
I do.
And I understand that there are a couple of corrections that you wish to make.
That's correct. First statement, paragraphs 108 and 109. The date should be 26th of August, not the 24th of August as is recorded.
Thank you. That was all?
That was all.
Thank you. Are the contents of the statements true and correct, subject to those corrections to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, as I indicated, a redacted version of each of the Director General's statements has been prepared. I understand those versions are appropriately declassified and may be available publicly in due course. The document IDs are in a list that I can provide you later, Commissioner, rather than spending time reading them out now, if that's suitable.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Burgess, you've held the position of Director General of Security since September 2019.
That's correct.
Before that, you were Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate from 2018.
That's correct.
And you indicate that you've spent more than 3 decades as an intelligence, security and technology professional in public and private sectors.
I have.
How would you summarise your role and responsibilities as the Director General of Security?
So I am the Director General of Security, which means I'm the accountable officer for Australia's security service, and our role is to identify threats to security and communicate them to any such persons for the purposes of security.
Evidently security includes combating terrorism, so how would you describe, by way of potted summary, what ASIO does in respect of combating terrorism?
Certainly, so specifically for ASIO, under our heads of security, it's politically motivated violence, where terrorism is a subset, and the promotion of communal violence. And our role is to identify individuals that have the intent and the capability to conduct threats to security, politically motivated violence, promotion of communal violence, including acts of terror. And we do that through our collection methods and communicate that to our partners in law enforcement and policy agencies more generally, and through my annual threat assessments to the public.
Yes. We'll come later to the ASIO threat assessments that are prepared and published, but you referred in that answer to terrorism as a subset of politically motivated violence. So do I take it then that the word politically in that umbrella term is apt to include not just strictly political motivations?
Well, no, politically motivated has to be politically motivated from an ASIO point of view.
I see.
So, for example, a politically motivated violent incident could be someone pouring accelerant in a telecommunications pit outside of an electoral office. That may not, of course, be an act of terrorism.
Yes. How does that definition accommodate terrorism based on other motivations, such as religious motivations?
It's a good question. So in terms of people who think violence is the answer, either politically motivated violence or promotion of communal violence, there's a range of ideologies which include both religious and broader ideological. So Islamic violent extremism, we've had to deal with Christian violent extremists. In the broad, you have people who have a neo-Nazi or an anarchist and revolutionarist ideology that says violence is the answer. And today we have people with a whole range of societal, economic or conspiracy theory grievances, and a small number of those people think violence is the answer. All of that can be wrapped up in our point of view of politically motivated violence or promotion of communal violence.
I see. So the categories of terrorism with which ASIO deals as a subset of politically motivated violence is not limited to particular aspects of terrorism. It's terrorism, whatever its motivation, whatever its source. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, in your statement, you've observed that ASIO's functions are listed exhaustively in the ASIO Act, and they generally relate to matters of security. With that in mind, what, in general terms, do you see as ASIO's role in tackling anti-Semitism?
So firstly, I'd recognise that anti-Semitism itself is broader than ASIO's role. Of course, our interest is identifying and understanding threats to security insofar as individuals who have an ideology where they think violence is the answer. And there's, of course, an element of anti-Semitism where there are people who think violence is the answer. But, of course, I recognise an act of anti-Semitism can be something that is not of interest to the security service in itself.
Yes. Now, without asking you to reveal operational details, can you provide an outline of how ASIO works with New South Wales Police and the Australian Federal Police in respect of combating terrorism and anti-Semitism? You've referred, of course, to your threat assessments. Is that the main way, or are there others as well?
So there's a couple of things to that. More broadly, in terms of when we identify and understand, or as we're identifying and understanding threats to security in this space, we are generally writing intelligence insights or assessment products that we share with law enforcement partners, both Australian Federal Police and New South Wales Police, but across the country as well. And separate to that, or in addition to that, we're also a member of the joint counter-terrorism team across the country, including here in New South Wales, and my officers work on specific matters where we together in those teaming arrangements are identifying and responding to terrorist incidents or violent extremism more broadly.
Thank you. Your 5 statements of course address many topics, and the Commission certainly appreciates the responses you've provided to numerous specific questions that have been asked of you. It's not possible or appropriate to ask you about all of those things this morning, but a central question is ASIO's identification and description of the threat environment in the lead up to December 2025. So can I ask you about changes in the threat environment over the last couple of years? Now, you were not the Director General of Security in the second part of the 2010s, but nevertheless, can you describe the evolution of the risk of terrorism in Australia in the second half of that decade, time that included the rise of the Islamic State and its declaration of a caliphate?
Certainly, I can go to 2014 when the current terrorism threat level at the time was set to probable, and that was the start of the caliphate forming and what was happening in the Middle East. And of course we had Australians who were inspired by that and sought to leave this country to attend and fight for the caliphate, and of course that represented threats to security here because that group ISIL was inspiring people here not only to travel and fight for them, but of course undertake acts of terror in this country. Through the last period of that decade, of course the caliphate itself was defeated in the first half of 2019.
Yes. The national terrorism threat level remained at probable through to November 2022.
That's correct.
Yeah. Can you describe what the national terrorism threat level is, please?
Yes, it's ASIO's security assessment in the aggregate that explains to policy agencies, governments, state, territory, federal, and law enforcement agencies and broader community, including the public, what we believe or what we assess the national terrorism threat level is. So that's a description of the nature of the threat level in our country. It's important to point out it's not just a point in time as in on this day it is this, it is also an assessment that talks about where we anticipate that threat environment going in the forward outlook. It talks about the intent and capability of individuals that we think may well advocate or undertake acts of terror, and the likelihood of that is determined in our description and the level we assign.
I think from time to time you've described publicly how the actual level is a label, and that ASIO does go out of its way to explain to those to whom it distributes its assessments that the whole of an assessment should be read and understood in the context of the threat level. But nevertheless, the label is a vitally important feature of ASIO's work, isn't it?
It is. It's a signal that actually other agencies know what it means and they know what to do in terms of how we collectively manage the risk of terrorism in this country.
Now, does probable mean that an attack is more than 50% likely to occur?
So in terms of the word probable, It means, in layperson's term, there's a greater than 50% chance that in the next 12 months someone will advocate or undertake an act of terror in this country.
Now, I'll ask you in a moment about the period from November 22 until August 2024, during which the national terrorism threat level was possible. But before I get to that, just in terms of the announcement in August 2024, when the level was raised from possible to probable, it was used in precisely the same way as you've just described in August 2024.
That's
as
correct. Yes, that's correct.
Likelihood, yes. Now, your announcement in August 2024 also refers to the careful consideration and consultation that goes into the determination of the national terrorism threat level each time.
Yes.
Could you, well, I understand from your statements that ASIO consults with federal and state police both before and after it changes the threat level, is that right?
That's correct.
And that consultation is intended to provide an opportunity for ASIO to explain in detail to state and federal police the reasons for and the consequences of the published assessment?
That's correct.
Are you involved directly yourself in that sort of consultation about threat assessments?
Not directly.
You have, I think, at least annually and usually a couple of times a year spoken publicly to ASIO's published threat assessments?
That's correct. So prior to it raising, I would be briefing ministers. I would talk to commissioners if they wanted to, but actually our staff through the ANZ CTC arrangements, Australia-New Zealand counter-terrorism arrangements, would be briefing policy agencies and law enforcement agencies ahead of and after, so they fully understand the reason for the change and what it means.
Thank you. As you understand it, those consultations are regular and frequent?
Very frequent.
What do you mean by very frequent?
Well, they're as needed, so regular set calendars, but actually when needed, these groups get together.
And does that refer to a state or federal police agency contacting ASIO and asking for further explanation?
Yes, and we would respond to such requests.
And does that happen much?
Occasionally it does, yes.
Yeah. And when there aren't specific requests from those agencies, you referred, I think, to regular meetings in the calendar.
That's correct.
And how frequently would that occur over the period, say, 2023 to 2025?
Well, I don't have my the calendars in front of me, but it would occur as needed. So what I mean by that is if other agencies are asking ASIO to explain or talk about the threat environment, we would be very responsive to that and have those conversations with them.
Are consultations carried out with individuals or organisations outside of the state and federal police forces?
Prior to or after the threat environment,
Yes,
so it depends on where we are in that schedule.
Either or perhaps both?
Well, the important thing is to know what consultation here is. It's to make sure they know where we've landed on our assessment, because it is ASIO's assessment, and we'll be letting them know that it's changed, and that's an opportunity for them to ask questions so they can fully understand the change. Obviously, it depends on the nature of the change. So when it was going up, for example, it was important that prior to it being formally announced, our police colleagues knew that there was a threat environment change coming and it was going up, so they could understand that. Of course, at the same time it was lowered, they were briefed to ensure they knew it was lowering and why it was lowered.
So you're referring there particularly to the period leading up to early August 2024 when the level was raised to probable?
Yes, correct.
And are there other consultations carried out either before and after the event of an assessment by ASIO with organisations other than the police forces, that is state police forces and federal police force?
Well, it depends on what we need to do. So when the ASIO team are doing their threat assessment, we have embedded members from other organisations who have certain expertise, so they would be involved in that assessment process. It really does depend on what my officers would need to do in the formation of that assessment, and of course after the assessment, it's through the ANZ CTC arrangements. My officers are available to brief a range of agencies, including policy and law enforcement.
So the national terrorism threat level assessment is one kind of assessment that ASIO makes. What other kinds of threat assessments does ASIO prepare and publish?
There are numerous threat assessments we make. An annual holiday threat assessment or clouded place threat assessment, threat assessments for visiting international dignitaries, threat assessments for ministers or the Prime Minister travelling overseas, threat assessments that cover the likelihood of violent protest or terrorism in foreign countries, which enables DFAT to do their smart traveller warnings. So we do a whole range of threat assessments depending on the need and the target.
Now, I think you've answered this question, but it's your intention and ASIO's intention, is this right, that the national terrorism threat level, whether it be possible or as it is at present and as it was in 2025 probable, shouldn't be considered in isolation but should be understood together with the text of the assessment that you send out with it?
Absolutely, that's incredibly important.
Yeah. Can I take you back to the lowering of the national terrorism threat level to possible in 2022? In November 2022, you decided to lower the threat level to possible.
That's correct.
And in doing so, you stated that there were fewer extremists with the intention to conduct an attack onshore than there were when we raised the threat level in 2014.
That's correct.
And was that a key factor in the decision to reduce the level?
It was definitely a key factor, one of the factors, not the only factor.
Yeah. And on the 9th of February 2022, you gave an annual threat assessment address to the public. As you've indicated, you do that annually at least. Yeah. I can take you to the document if you wish, but can I just read out one thing that you said there? You said, the first and perhaps most significant thing to say is that espionage and foreign interference has supplanted terrorism as our principal security concern. This is not to downplay the significance of terrorism. In terms of scale and sophistication, though, espionage and foreign interference threats are outpacing terrorism threats and therefore demanding more attention and more resources. You're familiar with?
I am familiar with that statement.
Words? Yep. Can you explain why at that time foreign interference and espionage was your principal security concern?
Certainly. Of course, as you've outlined, at that time we saw the change in the security environment, which actually our assessment was that national terrorism threat level had lowered from probable to possible. At the same time, and actually independent of that, because espionage and foreign interference security threats are not connected to or the terrorism threat, we had seen an increase in threats or activities relating to theft of information, espionage, and or foreign interference in our communities and the political system.
Are you able publicly to describe that in more detail, that threat of foreign interference and espionage that was referred to?
Yes, so foreign interference principally, so by definition it's anything that's covert, clandestine, deceptive, threatening, intimidating and not in our national interest. To bring more colour to that, that's where for example, a foreign nation might want to silence dissidents, so people in Australian community, in a diaspora community who are proud Australians and proud of their heritage, but actually the things they say and do in our democracy is deemed as inappropriate or a threat to that nation, that foreign nation, and they undertake spying and threatening, intimidating behaviours against those individuals, and we've seen that in this country, including up to the threatening of their lives. So that's one element or example of foreign interference. Another example would be where a foreign government cultivates relationships with individuals and looks to generate favour and actually get inside the political system, so they're fully informed on what our political masters at the local council, state level and federal level are doing, and actually they work to shape that environment so they're making decisions in that country's favour, and all of that is being done in a way where the dark hand of the foreign state is not declared. That's foreign interference. As for espionage, espionage is what it says on the tin. It's spies stealing state secrets, are going after Australian Defence Force secrets, what the AUKUS submarines might be doing, what that weapon system might be capable of, what the government is thinking on a particular matter, and they cultivate relationships or hack computer systems to steal that information to inform their government in covert ways.
Is it fair to say that during 2022, ASIO's main priority became countering foreign interference and espionage rather than its counter-terrorism work?
I wouldn't characterise it that way because, yes, as I said, that espionage and foreign interference in February 23 was our nation's principal security concern, but at the same time I noted that terrorism was still an enduring threat, and because terrorism actually has the potential to cause people to lose their lives or get harmed, it always remained a priority for us. There was just less activity that we were investigating because the nature of the environment had changed and the number of tasks we were looking at had reduced.
After November 2022, given the lowering of the terrorism threat level and the increase of the risk of foreign interference that you've described, you say in your statement this, in paragraph 14 of your first statement, you say, ASIO did at this time pivot to increase our focus on foreign interference. However, this was not to the detriment of our CT mission, the counter-terrorism mission. Rather, it coincided with a reduction in our CT workload that was naturally emerging. It did not leave CT under-resourced. Can you elaborate on what that pivot involved in practical terms, in real terms?
Yes, so it is fair to say, noting the priority that counter-terrorism gets, there was more or less activities the officers were inquiring, less intelligence coming in, less calls to the National Security Hotline, for example. So there was a reduction in effort required, and at the same time, every rock we lifted up, we found espionage or foreign interference that needed to be inquired and investigated, and so resources were moved over there. Of course, again, I'd reiterate that at no time do I believe we had anything, serious inquiries that was left uninquired or investigated. So
in terms of counter-terrorism?
In terms of counter-terrorism. So yes, we were pivoting resources across because that's where the leads took us and where we were required to put effort. But of course, at the same time, we're always making sure that we're not leaving serious threats uninquired or uninvestigated. That's part of our day job.
The pivot that you described, when it comes to the question of resources in this area, is in practical terms we're talking about staffing, the number of men and women devoted to a particular category of ASIO's work. Is that right?
Staffing is one way of measuring it, and a list of other operational activity and use of our special powers can all ways in which you measure there's a resource shift over here, and obviously therefore a resource decline there in counter-terrorism.
Right. The public version of the interim report records that within ASIO in 2022, counter-terrorism had 3 branches and countering foreign interference had 5. Did that reflect the pivot that you've described to countering foreign interference?
That's one way of capturing how our functions were allocated for the particular problems. 3 branches, 5 branches. Some of those branches in the division that had 5 branches were very small people with a specific initial focus on something, but that's one way of looking at it, yes.
Right. But there was an actual reallocation of staff, of officers of ASIO from counter-terrorism to addressing the risk of, or the reality of foreign interference and espionage.
Staff were
in 2022.
Staff were reallocated based on the fact their workload requirements had reduced in the counter-terrorism mission, and therefore they were moved over to where there was work for them to do.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, can I ask, the change in the environment that you described that led to the reduction in the terrorism threat level, was that substantially related to the fact that the caliphate had been defeated and was no longer recruiting?
Absolutely. If you think about through 2014 onwards, the biggest portion of our counter-terrorism work in this country and across the globe was Islamic violent extremism, the rise of ISIL. When the caliphate was defeated, that shrunk considerably.
Thanks, Mr. Burgess. And the pivot that you described in November 2022 was Was that ultimately a decision you made as head of agency, or was that something that was addressed at levels below your management level as head of agency?
So it's where and how the system actually decides where it needs to put resources based on what it has before them. So no, I was not saying we must pivot regardless. It was actually our system internally working. We have a very rigorous process of understanding what we have before us, what needs treatment, what doesn't need treatment, and where the resource is applied.
I see. So, okay, can I take you to a little forward to October 2023? And on 7 October, of course, Hamas launched a series of terrorist attacks on Israel, and that was followed by a prolonged military response by Israel. In general terms, what effect did those international events have on the security environment in Australia?
So obviously on the 7th of October, when Hamas undertook their horrific terrorist attack against the state of Israel, the terrorism threat level was at possible. But of course, as we saw literally 2 days later, not even before the Israeli government responded to that horrific attack, we saw the strong emotions appear in this country, where we had people celebrating the Hamas terrorist attack. And obviously, since that time, recognise it's an emotive issue, we saw threatening, intimidating behaviour through the end of 23 against Jewish Australians, all the way through 24, until when it pivoted to direct targeting of people, businesses and places of worship in October 24. So highly emotive issue, strong reactions, and some of those strong reactions have led to threatening, intimidating behaviour against Jewish Australians, and then the direct targeting of people, businesses and places of worship.
Did ASIO notice or record an immediate increase in anti-Semitic conduct in Australia after October 2023?
So the immediate response was, as I just described, that strong reaction in terms of inflamed language leading to inflamed tension, so strong feelings in society, and people have a right to protest, but of course we saw how that played out. Again, going back to my earlier comments of anti-Semitism by itself is not something that ASIO investigates, but of course when it leads to the violent end, then we are investigating it, and yes, we did start to pay attention to that. And in fact, 5 days after the 7th of October, I put out a statement because we were concerned about inflamed language can lead to tensions and can lead to violence in this current security environment at the time. And that was unprecedented for a Director General, but it was something I thought was important to remind people it's okay to have a view, it's how you express it can have consequences.
And can I ask, in general terms, did ASIO engage with the Jewish community in Australia after October 2023?
So even prior to the October 23, my officers have contact with the community security group, and that continued prior and afterwards, and obviously the tempo of that increased after the 7th of October.
Yeah. And that engagement with the community security group is that organisation both in New South Wales and in the other states in which it operates? It's
across the country, but principally it's actually in Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland that we have the most interaction.
And how would you describe it, again at a general level, ASIO's relationship with those community security groups in terms of the working relationship?
So a productive working relationship, and the purpose of our relationship with the CSG is to actually explain to them the threats as we see it at the official or unclassified level.
Thank you. Commissioner, is that a convenient time to take the morning adjournment?
Yes, it is, Mr. Lancaster. We'll take a 15-minute adjournment now.
Commissioner. Director General, can I take you to early February 2024? At that time, actually it was late February 2024, at that time you spoke to an annual threat assessment for 2024. And if I could just bring it up on the screen to show a particular passage. So the document is ASI.0001.001.0072. And you recognise this as the text of your annual threat assessment address in February 2024?
I do.
And then if the operator could please go to page .0084. And then at the foot of that page, you address the consequences for the security environment of the October 7, 2023 atrocities by Hamas, as you've described them. And then at the foot of the page, you say you said hateful rhetoric has targeted Israel and the Jewish community, as well as Muslim and Palestinian communities. Then over the page to 85, please. The top of the next page. Sunni violent extremism poses the greatest religiously motivated violent extremist threat in Australia. We're not seeing Australians travelling to join the terrorists in the Middle East as we did for the ISIL caliphate. And thankfully, we've not seen the lone actor attacks that have occurred elsewhere and were inspired by that conflict. ASIO remains concerned about lone actors, though, the potential for an individual or small group under the radar of authorities to use readily available weapons to carry out an act of terrorism. And this is a concern across the spectrum of motivations, religious and ideological. The threat from nationalist and racist violent extremism persists. We assess white nationalist groups are primarily focused on recruitment and radicalisation. Their recent attempts to gain public attention are a good example. Now, can you explain a little, please, the particular concern about lone actor attacks and how ASIO seeks to combat them in particular?
Yeah, certainly. So that was the, I guess, the characteristic of the threat environment when we raised it to probable, but it was also the characteristic of the threat environment when we lowered it to possible, in terms of our concern about an individual or a small group of individuals that would go to violence with little or no warning and little or no planning. That was the new characteristic of our threat environment. During the height of the caliphate and prior to that, we had groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIL that would plan complicated or complex terrorist attacks offshore in Western countries. And whilst that was still a possibility, the most likely possibility was a lone actor going to violence with little or no warning.
Yes. What practically can ASIO do to address that risk?
Well, that's where it gets extremely hard for us, because, as you'd appreciate, for us to actually investigate or do a line of inquiry, we need to have some lead information, and if individuals are not making themselves discoverable by meeting at a prayer group or talking on the internet openly about what their plans are, or doing things that are observable to members of the community, it's hard for someone to call the police or the National Security Hotline, or for us to pick up indications. That is just the nature of the threat environment we have today. And of course, under our law, which is appropriate, all my office's actions have to be proportionate to the threat we're facing and lawful. And under law, we can't be everywhere all at once. We're not all seeing and all knowing, and we don't aspire to be.
Later in 2024, you raised the national terrorism threat level back to probable, as you've indicated. Can I take you to a document that records some things you said on that occasion on the 5th of August 2024. Its document ID is ASI.0001.001.1168. And of course you recognise that as a
I do.
document recording your address on the 5th of August 2024.
I do.
And about halfway down that first page, 1168, you observed politically motivated violence now joins espionage and foreign interference as our principal security concerns. And you were using their politically motivated violence in the way that you've explained earlier in your evidence today.
That's correct.
And in your second statement, you refer at about paragraph 9 to there being certain dynamics that existed and exist that were key to you raising the level to probable. Would you care to outline those, please?
Yes, certainly. So obviously the dynamics at play were, of course, we had a range of ideologies and a broadening of ideologies that would go to violence. So not only did we have Islamic violent extremists in the mix, we had nationalist and racist violent extremists in the mix. Neo-Nazis is a sad, good example of that. And of course we had people who had a societal, economic or conspiracy theory grievance that would also say violence is the answer, so a broadening of our mix. We had an increase in the number of youth and minors in our caseload. That happened through 2020 onwards, accelerated during COVID, but continued, even though up declined, continued to be prevalence in our caseload. So this is minors getting hooked on violence and planning or going to violence, which is raising a concern for us, and it continues to be a concern for us today. At the same time, we had the downside of the internet and online radicalisation occurring, which means people are no longer just inspired because they're in a prayer group or a group of neo-Nazis. They're finding this online by themselves and falling down rabbit holes of hate, and that is inspiring them, and that is happening quicker than we've seen in the past. So you've got all of those dynamics at play, which makes the job a broader range of things we need to identify.
Yeah. And what sort of causal effect did the continuing war in the Middle East have on your decision to increase the terrorism threat level?
So it was a factor. It wasn't the direct reason. For the reasons I've explained, we've seen a broadening and an increase in the number of those things that caused a raise. But yes, there is no doubt that the war in the Middle East invoked a range of emotions in Australia, and actually those strong reactions and some of those violent aspects of that and those behaviours, including anti-Semitism, that in our view that were left unchecked were therefore normalised and gave more permission for violence through late 23 and through 24 to August when we raised it, and that was of concern to us. In that environment where violence is more permissible, of course it can go through to politically motivated violence or promotion of communal violence, and Jewish Australians were on the receiving end of that.
You give evidence in your first statement that ASIO again pivoted to devote resources to the terrorism threat as it emerged and developed. Your use of the description pivot in terms of devoting resources, you use that in the same way as you have described earlier, do you?
That's correct, yes.
So there was, because the counter-terrorism workload increased at the coalface of what ASIO does, there was a response from ASIO to devote staff and resources to that change
correct.
in demand.
That's correct. That's our job. When we identify, our threat assessments look at the environment. We saw an increase, but we also predicted an increase, and of course that requires more resources to pay attention to that, find it, understand it, and communicate that so people can deal with it before it becomes a problem.
When I asked you about the earlier pivot to countering foreign interference, you, I think, indicated that it wasn't the kind of decision that you as head of agency made and imposed on the organisation, but rather was ASIO's response to demand at the operational level. Is this pivot in 2024 in the same character?
It's the same. It's the system working as it should.
Right. Now, in announcing the threat level change in August 2024, I believe that you didn't refer specifically to the risk to Jewish Australians, but you, by that stage, had ASIO assessed that Jewish Australians were particularly likely to be targeted by a terrorist attack?
You're correct, I did not mention the Jewish Australians at that time. No, we had not assessed that Jewish Australians were most likely, but of course we had picked up on and actually communicated our concerns as to what was happening in anti-Semitism and targeting of Jewish Australians and the conflation of the State of Israel's actions and people in Australia. So that was a concern for us.
From August 2024 going forward?
Correct. Well, actually from the 7th of October, like literally 2 days later, as I said, when we saw those strong emotions.
And one of the other observations you made at the time of raising the national terrorism threat level was to say, I can take you to the page if you wish, but I'll just read it out. Firstly, for me, my agency and our law enforcement colleagues, of course, we're reviewing our caseload of assessed violent extremists. Many of those we've assessed do have awful ideologies but are unlikely to go to violence. In this environment, it's important that we retest those assessments we've made to make sure we're paying attention to the people we know about. Do you remember saying that?
I do remember.
And again, to the extent you can address this publicly, what was ASIO doing at that time to review its caseload of assessed violent extremists?
Yes, so there's two things there, obviously, other than doing our job, because we've picked up the change in the environment and the need through our assessment to raise the threat level. But out of abundance of caution, we look back over the last 12 months of those individuals that we had assessed that had a violent extremism or a violent ideology that actually we believed, whilst they had the awful ideology, they would not go to violence, and we revisited all of those cases going back the last 12 months from that point. At the same time, we look back to January 23, because of the youth and minors prevalence in our caseload, we re-looked at all of the youth that were actually engaged, identified and in de-radicalisation programs or needed to make sure that that was going well and there was not a problem in that sense, for a security problem.
What was the thinking behind that review going back 12 months rather than a longer period of time?
Well, in part that is, that's a judgment made by our organisation in terms of where we've got our resources, what we need to do that point in time, because of course we've got our immediate caseload that we have underfoot that needs to ensure resources are applied, and we made a judgment to go back 12 months just to satisfy ourselves that those individuals and their circumstances haven't changed, and to make sure our assessment is still valid.
Now, did ASIO continue to perceive a continued uptick in anti-Semitic incidents in late 2024 and into 2025?
Yes, we definitely was observing that like every other Australian in terms of it was in August 24 that we saw it transition, in our view, from threatening, intimidating behaviour to direct targeting of people, businesses and places of worship, with the first arson and graffiti attacks that we witnessed in the month of October 24.
Yes. And how at the end of 2024 and into early 2025 did ASIO regard the threat of foreign interference and espionage? Was that continuing also to rise, or was that lessening as a concern?
No, unfortunately, as this terrorism threat level came to the fore, espionage and foreign interference had not let up.
Right, so did that create a resourcing problem if both of the areas to which you'd pivoted away and then back were coming on at once? Didn't that stretch ASIO's resources in early 2025? It
certainly stretches us and stretched us at the time, but we have a very effective identification and prioritisation process by which we're looking at what we have, and I'm confident as Director General that even during that time when my officers were working really hard, we were not actually leaving serious matters untreated or uninvestigated. And that's the matters before us, of course. Again, I'd stress we are not all seeing and all knowing.
Now, in your first statement, you do refer to ASIO being in this period increasingly busy and at times stretched as the security environment becomes more dynamic, diverse and degraded, the question of resourcing was, as I understand your evidence, a responsive one from ASIO's perspective. But in retrospect, was it the case that additional resources would have provided a better opportunity to address both of those threats coalescing at the same time in early 2025 and throughout 2025?
Yeah, so obviously it's my job as Director General, and as an organisation we look at the threats we have before us and the resources we've got and where those resources applied. And of course, even if we'd identified that we needed more resources, the very nature of our recruitment and clearance process would have seen a 12-month lag before those resources came on board. But of course, it's my day job to look at that, and if I think I need more resources, I put my argument to the government of the day through the standard budget process. We can do that. In this case, I'm very clear that we knew we were busy and we had a lot on our plate. But again, I fall back on, at no time did we have serious matters that we knew about that we were leaving untreated, because that is the important measure for me in terms of the effectiveness of the security service.
And you referred to the process by which ASIO can take on further staff, but that process wasn't engaged at any point in 2024 or 2025?
We chose not to put forward any extra resource requirements given the environment we had at that time. Of course, we're operating in a budget environment where the government rules are very clear. If you ask for something, it's a zeros offset, so you have to offer an offset. So I might have got a plus up, but I would have had to taken it from somewhere else.
Now, I referred in my opening address this morning to changes in resourcing of intelligence agencies for counter-terrorism work over time. I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Burgess, but you would have seen in the interim report the Commissioner made a conclusion that paragraph 9.31, that it appears that despite the overall increase, that is the overall increase in funding to the national intelligence community, the proportion of funding allocated to counter-terrorism significantly declined across the NIC over the period from 2020 to 2025. In a press conference earlier this month, you referred, and I think accepted, the fact that ASIO's, that there had been that decline, but your comment was that ASIO's overall funding had not reduced. Is that right? So I accepted the Commissioner's finding and actually understood that data is correct. Yeah. My point around ASIO's, that's an allocation of funding across the entire national intelligence community. It's not a one-for-one representation of what my organisation is doing in identifying and understanding these threats, including counter-terrorism. Yes. So in terms of the proportion of ASIO resources allocated on the one hand to counter-terrorism, on the other hand to countering foreign interference and espionage, is that a matter that ASIO controls, or is that something that is addressed by way of the funding provided to ASIO?
So principally it's a matter that ASIO controls in terms of where we set our priorities and put our resources. Of course, the government sets the Australian intelligence missions, which are the priorities, intelligence priorities for the national intelligence community, and so that broader figure is agencies' contribution to those government's intelligence requirements. But matters day to day of where my service puts its effort, that is a matter for ASIO and myself as the Director General.
In paragraphs 18 to 19 of your first statement, you described the way that you saw the resourcing question at the time, that is in late 2024 and throughout 2025. And you say in your statement that at no point did you consider ASIO was under-resourced or underfunded to meet counter-terrorism needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
In retrospect, do you consider that additional funding and resources would have put ASIO in a better position to pursue its counter-terrorism activities over the last 5 years or so?
No, I don't in retrospect. I still think that our resourcing was sufficient for the problems we face. Of course, we are stretched, and I do have means by which I can ask for additional resources if we need to.
Now, in a press conference with the Prime Minister on the 26th of August 2025, and I can bring the document up if you like, but you may well recall it, Director General. You said this: for the past 10 months, anti-Semitism has been one of ASIO's most pressing priorities, involving the full use of our capabilities and powers. We've investigated dozens of incidents targeting Jewish communities, places of worship, businesses, and prominent individuals. Do you remember saying that?
I do remember.
Now, in that press conference, you identified certain anti-Semitic incidents or attacks were directed by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and these were the arson attacks that are well known in respect of Lewis's Continental Kitchen in Sydney and the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne.
That's correct.
Now, in respect of those matters, or more generally, what can you tell us in public hearing about the IGRC's involvement in those attacks and in interfering in Australian interests generally?
Yes, of course. So that obviously was a substantial investigation by my organisation. As we were watching these arson attacks and graffiti attacks occurring from August 24 onwards, we were wondering, it's our job to understand, what is that about? Was that just someone who were motivated by their own action, or was there something else? And of course we figured out that in those two cases, and we do believe there are more, we just can't quite get there in terms of our level of assessment, but not all of those cases, that Iran, the IRGC, was behind those. And behind those we mean they use their network of proxies and agents to do their bidding, and that is to bring harm to Jewish people wherever they are in the world.
And now, does ASIO consider that other anti-Semitic incidents evidently did not involve Iran, but were instead driven by anti-Semitism of certain Australian groups?
That is correct. We don't believe all of those more serious attacks were directed by Iran.
Now, in October 2025, a British citizen conducted a terrorist attack in a crowd outside a synagogue in Manchester in the United Kingdom.
Understood.
And ASIO issued an assessment of that attack on the 3rd of October 2025.
We did.
Which I think was the day after.
Correct.
Can I take you to that document? It's AGD.0009.0004.0139_R. So this is a redacted, publicly consumable version of that assessment. So I'll wait for that to be brought up. Which we have. Now, the title of it, as you'll recall, is Manchester Synagogue Terrorist Attack Highlights Enduring Threat to Jewish Interests. I take it that document was intended by ASIO, as the title suggests, to highlight for recipients of the document that there was an enduring threat to Jewish interests, both UK but also in Australia.
That's correct.
In ASIO's view, it remained the case right up to the attack at Bondi Beach that ASIO had no specific intelligence suggesting an attack was being planned against Jewish interests in Australia. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you had in October 2025, by this document, clearly identified an enduring threat to Jewish interests.
We had.
And in the comment section, the first part of that states, this attack highlights the enduring threat to Jewish interests in Europe and across the globe, including in Australia. Globally, attacks targeting Jewish interests will most certainly continue, and many, if not most, are likely to occur without forewarning.
That's correct.
That reference to occurring without forewarning, that encompasses the situation you described a short time ago in respect of lone actor attacks, I take it?
That's correct. It's very much a characteristic of our current security environment and at the time.
And do you regard that as a particular characteristic of the threat against Jewish interests, that it might be carried out by such persons?
Yes, correct.
Now, the distribution list for this document in October 2025 has been provided by ASIO to the Royal Commission. That, I think, is available. Can I just call that up? It is also in a redacted form, so I'm not revealing anything I should, I hope. It's ASI.599.001.0017. We may not have it. Got it? Repeat the docket E. ASI.599.001.0017, according to Mr. Petrie. Perhaps I can just ask you a question about it, Director General. Thank you. ASIO has provided to the Commission distribution lists in respect of each of these threat assessments in 2025. This is the distribution list that is now on the screen in respect of the Manchester synagogue terrorist attack highlights enduring threat to Jewish interests document. And it's been redacted because the actual email addresses on the right of the page have been blacked out, but you can see on the left of the page the various governmental bodies, both of the Commonwealth and through the states and territories, who receive this document and documents like it. This distribution list is the one that also applied for the holiday threat assessment in early December 2025?
Well, this is the distribution list for that document, whether or not it's the one for the holiday threat assessment, but right. That would have been broad as well.
Yes, right. So for this particular assessment after the Manchester synagogue attack, if we can just scroll down to the third page, .0019. Sorry, it's 0017 underscore 002, I think. 0002. Yes, so in the middle of that page, you'll see there are two of the entries in New South Wales Government, New South Wales Police, and it's your understanding they're sent to hubs of contacts of police and governmental bodies in all states and territories, and then further distribution of the material is a matter for the states and territories when they receive it at those email addresses.
That's correct.
Now, in the Manchester document, if we could go back to that, please, AGD.0009.004.0139 underscore R. At the bottom of the first page, you'll see there's a paragraph that says, in respect of Manchester, the timing of this attack is unlikely to be a coincidence. Jewish holy days and significant dates represent an attractive target for extremists, Yom Kippur is one of a number of significant dates, including the 2-year anniversary of the 7 October Hamas attacks, leading up to Chanukah in December 2025. However, as previous attacks show, the threat to Jewish interests also persists outside of those specific events.
That's correct.
So a specific warning from ASIO to, among others, New South Wales Police of the enduring threat to Jewish interests.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I referred a few moments ago to the holiday threat assessment, as it's called, for 2025. Could you describe the annual holiday threat assessment that's issued by ASIO?
Yes, certainly. So that is a threat assessment that we put out at the end of each year, of course, for the holiday period, where, as it says, holiday period, a number of things happening in our country, and we specifically call out the threats of terrorism or violent protest during that holiday period. And of course that's important because, consistent with our threat assessment, the most likely attack will occur at a crowded place or gathering, and there are a number of gatherings and crowded places, especially over the holiday period.
Yes. I might just call that up on screen. It's ASI.001.002.006_R. No underscore. I hope the redacted one comes on. So that's the holiday period violent protest and terrorism threat assessment. And if you go to if you see at the foot of the page, dated 2 December 2025.
That's correct.
And sent by ASIO to all of the emails on the distribution list.
That's correct.
And can I just draw your attention to some of the matters that ASIO addressed in this holiday period threat assessment. So the first point was the national terrorism threat level in Australia. Is it probable a terrorism threat to crowded places and religious events over the 2025 to 26 holiday period reflects the national threat level? So by the reference to religious events, ASIO was intending to include, I take it, Chanukah celebrations by the Jewish community?
Yes, all faiths.
But not limited to that?
Not limited to that, no.
Is it right that this holiday threat assessment does not refer specifically to threats to the Jewish community?
Under the terrorism component of this, that is correct, but under violent protests, that was specifically called out. Yes.
Yeah. And thank you. I'll take you to that further down the page in a moment. ASIO indicated in the second bullet point, we've no credible information to indicate current attack planning or targeting of crowded places in Australia, including religious events over this period, and I think that reflected other things that ASIO was saying during 2025.
That's correct.
But then there are 2 or 3 bullet points, the first 2 of which I'll refer you to. However, in the context of our current dynamic, diverse and degraded national security environment, attacks could emerge quickly with little to no warning and would be difficult to detect.
And
that encompasses the risk of the lone act attacks that you addressed earlier in your evidence?
Yes.
And then the next bullet point, crowded places and events attracting large crowds are the most likely targets for a terrorist attack in Australia, with violent extremists using simple tactics and readily acquired weapons. Our greatest concern is the threat from lone actors or small cells on the edge of established groups, irrespective of motivation. And that reflects also what you've said earlier about both the difficulty of identifying in advance, from ASIO's perspective, lone actor attacks, but also the risk posed by such persons.
That's correct.
Now, you drew my attention appropriately to what you've said further down that page, which I think the third square bullet point, if I can put it that way, refers to protest activity, is that right?
That's correct.
And you said in the next bullet point there, responses to any escalations in the ongoing conflict in the Middle East will most likely be in the form of protest activity, including potentially violent protest rather than acts of terrorism. And that reflected what assessment of ASIO in terms of risk?
So that reflected the assessment of ASIO. Obviously the terrorism threat level at probable means greater than 50% chance, but no credible intelligence to say an attack was being planned. Of course, violent protest was more likely, and including religious events.
Yes. It's the case that first bullet point I took you to, the second sentence, you're intending to convey, and indeed it's expressed in the sentence, that the terrorism threat to crowded places and religious events over the 2025 to 2026 holiday period was probable.
That's correct.
Now, it's right that these sorts of threat assessments do not provide any sort of practical advice on risk mitigation. That's not ASIO's function in issuing these assessments.
That's correct.
And so, from ASIO's perspective, it's a matter for ASIO imparting information it has gleaned or come to understand, and then assessed, incorporated into the threat level for a particular period, in this case the holiday period.
Yeah, that's correct. Our threat assessments or intelligence products are there to describe the level of threat, the intent, the capability, the likelihood, and of course then it's for others to decide what risk mitigation steps are required in that threat situation.
Does ASIO's participation in the joint task forces or commands, does that change where that line is between ASIO's work as to advising of threats on the one hand and what would otherwise be the police activity of mitigating those threats on the other?
In terms of our roles, our role doesn't change even when we're in the joint counter-terrorism team. Our role is to understand the intelligence that actually allows the police or other people to take action.
Now, you have noted in one of your statements, in the first statement, at paragraph 108, that the holiday threat assessment does not specifically address the terrorism threat to a Jewish celebration in terms.
That's correct.
You have made a note in paragraph 109 that you can see the case for saying, with the benefit of hindsight, that the terrorism section of the assessment could have included some reference to ASIO's general concerns about the terrorism security environment in relation to anti-Semitic conduct.
I did.
Yeah. You intend ASIO threat assessments, I think you said this earlier in your evidence, to be read together and not considered as individual freestanding assessments, is that right?
That's correct.
So from ASIO's perspective, the intention was, when issuing the holiday period threat assessment, is that those who received it would have in mind, for example, the October 2025 assessment of the enduring threats to Jewish interests.
That's correct.
And was that kind of contextual reading of individual assessments something that ASIO sought to address in consultations with state and territory police forces before and after assessments were issued?
Where required, we would give briefings if the people who received our product had questions. We have very effective working relationships with the police services across joint counter-terrorism teams. So if they required further amplification to help them understand or even question our assessments, that was available to them.
Now, in your second statement, you indicate that in light of the attack at Bondi in December 2025, you've given evidence that while the national terrorism threat level remains at probable, ASIO thinks, and I think, that we are currently at the upper end of probable. That is, the temperature is higher than when we raised the threat level in 2024. Remember saying that?
I do remember that, that's correct.
Can you explain why that is, to the extent you can, in a public hearing?
Yes, certainly. So obviously, probable means greater than 50% chance someone will advocate or plan or undertake an act of terror. But in our security environment, we believe we have a concerning trajectory, as in it's getting hotter in terms of there is more permission for violence, and an environment where people can go to violence with little or no warning means it's kind of, we're on the upper end of probable. The next level up is expected, but in the current system that requires us to have specific intelligence that there is a plan and a location for an act of terror. And in the absence of not having that, it won't go to expected, but we're flagging the environment is a lot hotter than it has been in the past when we first raised the threat level, and that concerns me and my agency.
In this context, can I ask you another question about the threat levels and the assessment levels? And I'll take you back to the holiday threat assessment as a convenient place to do that. So that last document, I'll read it out again. It's ASI.001.002.006. If you go to the fourth of the 5 pages, so .0009, it's the practice of ASIO in respect of these threat assessments to include at the back of each of the documents some information about the way you assess and describe threat levels.
That's correct.
And so on this page, there's a coloured indication of the levels, and that indicates that the use of probable in respect of a terrorist attack means that there's credible intelligence assessed to be a plausible scenario, indicates an intention and capability to conduct a terrorist attack in, and then whatever the particular context is.
Correct.
On the next page, .0010, at the top of the next page, there's a table with the heading explaining estimative language, and I just wanted to ask you how this sits with the threat level assessment, because in this small chart of explaining estimative language, you see that there's the yellow, or the mustard, which says likely or probable. You see that?
I do.
And under that, it seems to say less than or equal to 80%.
That's right.
So does that mean that the scope of attributing a threat level at probable, it means something falling within the general range of 50 to 80% as best as ASIO can estimate it?
No, it doesn't, because in this case the word probable used in the national terrorism threat level is different to the word probable used in that estimative language. So there are two annexes to these reports. It's obviously where we're saying something's realistically possible, highly likely, it's giving that probabilistic chance. Of course, the word probable in the national terrorism threat level conveys a different meaning as articulated on the previous page.
Okay, and then where I took you previously to the text of the holiday threat assessment, there was in capitals and bold the word probable, using that to
Correct.
refer to the threat level, which is the first of the two tables that I just took you to, and understood in the context of your evidence about the greater than 50% chance.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Now, in your fourth statement, you've given evidence that ASIO has sufficient power and resources to respond to anti-Semitic conduct where such conduct intersects with ASIO's heads of security. You remember saying that in paragraph 41?
I do.
Of your second statement, and I think 7 and 37 of your fourth. In that context, the intersection you're referring to is that the one you described earlier, where because of ASIO's requirement by statute to address matters of security, there's a great deal of what might be thought of as serious anti-Semitic conduct that does not become a security concern within the meaning of the Act.
Not directly, that's correct.
Now, in light of what you've described as current circumstances at the upper end of probable, is that something that persists to this day?
It does.
And in that context, what is has ASIO pivoted or made any change to its operations to address that even more heightened risk of anti-Semitic conduct that might affect security?
We have, and basically what that means is we continue to put the resources where we know the threat is and where we need to or see something that must have an inquiry. And at the same time, there's a number of activities we have underway to investigate matters out of abundance of caution to satisfy ourselves they do not represent or will not represent a threat to security.
Right. Are you able to identify any of them publicly?
What I can say publicly is that would include are there any other potential actions underway from the state of Iran? And obviously can't say more than that here, but not to scare people. That is work done out of an abundance of caution, inquiring and investigating using our special powers to satisfy ourselves individuals in Australia who might have connections with Iran and the IRGC are not a security problem, and we've been undertaking that work. So that's an example of the additional work we do at a time like this.
If the threat level is growing and ASIO can already be described as stretched in 2025, can the public be assured that ASIO has sufficient resources and powers to respond to anti-Semitic conduct in the nature of a terrorist attack?
And I believe they can be assured that my agency puts its resources where it needs to, and if we have a resource issue, I will ask government, and government will consider that through the budget process. And as we've seen recently, we had an ask of government to deal with the online radicalisation problem, and the government have given us and the Federal Police an investment to provide additional resources to address that growing threat.
So you're referring there, I think, to a recent announcement. There was a press conference on the 6th of May 2026 in relation to the announcement of the Counter-Terrorism Online Centre.
That's correct.
And you attended on that occasion with Minister Burke and Commissioner Barrett and addressed the public on that topic.
That's correct.
Can I just bring up that document, which is the record from Minister Burke's office of what was said. It's RCD.001.001.0188. And you'll see from the header that's the 6 May 2026 press conference.
Understood.
And then on the second page of the document, ask the operator to click over to that. You addressed the press conference, and in that first paragraph attributed to you, you indicated the concern about the temperature and trajectory of our threat environment, and I think you've just described that in your evidence recently.
That's correct.
And then you say the most likely act of politically motivated violence will occur with little to no warning and in ways that are difficult to detect. And I take it from your earlier evidence that's been a feature of politically motivated violence, at least over the last couple of years.
It has.
In the next paragraph, you say you continue to be extremely concerned by the number of young people, particularly young men, who are being radicalised online and mobilising to violence relatively quickly with little to no warning. The extremists we look at, almost by definition, are security conscious and suspicious of outsiders. People who self-radicalise online often show few, if any, real-world indicators they are mobilising to violence, and I think that's consistent with what you've said earlier today in terms of the difficulty of identifying and preventing this sort of conduct.
That is.
Now, in terms of ASIO's steps to address this sort of online radicalisation, both the threat and the reality of it, what is ASIO doing in the context of the counter-terrorism online centre to address that?
Certainly. So this is something we already do today. This investment allows us to do more of it. So we have, just as we would put our humans in the field, out in the real world, or have agents out there close to, so human sources close to violent extremists or inside human violent extremist groups, we have to do that online. And there are locations online which are hard to access where people get caught on a certain ideology and they're talking to each other, but they do that in a way that is a closed shop, and obviously they might even vet people who join the group. So we have agents using a persona, so another identity online, getting close to violent extremists so we can understand whether they are a violent extremist. Is it just big talk, or is there intent and capability behind that big talk?
And that technique, I think you address in this conference, in this press conference, has paid dividends in terms of actual positive outcomes from those sorts of covert operations.
That's correct. I gave an example of where we were able to help find someone that allowed the police to arrest someone, and they're now charged for allegedly planning an attack.
This question of online radicalisation will be a topic, Director General, that I'll return to in closed sessions of your evidence, but those are all my questions for today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, Ms Munro? Ms Callan? Mr Zwire? Thank you, Director General.
Thank you.
I won't excuse you because we will see you again in a closed session, but thank you for your attendance this morning.
So, thank you.
Now, Commissioner, Ms Hager's taking the next witness.
Yes.
Commissioner, I call Assistant Commissioner Nutt from the AFP.
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes. Assistant Commissioner, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, Commissioner.
Yes. One moment. I think there should be a Bible there.
Yes, I have.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps
Thank
if you
you.
come forward.
Do you swear by the Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Assistant Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Could you please state your name?
Stephen Thomas Nutt.
And you've prepared a number of statements for the purposes of the Royal Commission. For today's purposes, I'll be referring first to your statement of 16 May 2026. Do you have a copy of that there with you?
I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, stat.0091.0006.0001.
Yes. Ms Hager, I think the exhibit number there were some statements by the Director General, and they did not receive exhibit markings because I think of the number of documents attached. Ms. Hager, I think we will just leave it on the basis that the exhibit numbers will be attached in accordance with whatever document identification has already been attended to.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the second statement that I'll refer to today is dated 21 May 2026. Do you have a copy of that there as well?
I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
That is STA.899.0003.0001. And I'll tender that in accordance with the procedure you just outlined,
indeed.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Assistant Commissioner Nutt, you are currently the Assistant Commissioner of Global Operations Command, is that right?
That is correct.
And you've had that position since 11 May this year?
That week, yes, that's correct.
And you set out your employment history in your 16 May statement. I'll just touch on a couple of aspects of that. From January 2019 to April 2020, you held the role of Detective Superintendent Coordinator for the JCTT New South Wales, is that right?
That is correct.
Could you just explain for those who may not know what the JCTT is and its function?
Okay. The Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, as we like to call it, the JCTT, is a national arrangements of agencies involved in the conduct of counter-terrorism investigations. Principally, the AFP and ASIO are members of those arrangements and those teams, including the state agency that's relevant to that jurisdiction. So it's at least a tri-agency, but in New South Wales there's a fourth agency to the JCTT, including the New South Wales Crime Commission.
So for New South Wales, it's the AFP, ASIO, New South Wales Police and the Crime Commission, is that
Correct.
right? And moving on then to April 2020, you took up the position of Commander of Special Investigations in the AFP, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that involved operational oversight of all espionage and foreign interference matters involving the AFP.
That is correct.
And you held that position until February 2024.
Also correct.
And at that point, you commenced acting as the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations Command.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you were formally appointed to that role on the 2nd of July. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that role, you were responsible for all AFP national and international CT investigations, amongst other things.
Correct.
And then on the 2nd of March, that role was renamed Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And that is because responsibilities for special investigations moved to another command.
Correct.
Can I ask you then about, and sorry, I should say, you then held that role until you took on your current role in May this year?
That's correct.
Right. Can I then ask you about the general responsibilities and functions of the AFP? The AFP's role, of course, includes enforcing Commonwealth criminal law.
Yes, it does.
And providing policing services in relation to crimes against Commonwealth and Commonwealth interests.
That's correct.
And to protect national interests from criminal activity in Australia and overseas.
That is correct.
And the AFP, of course, does not have general community policing functions in states and territories other than the ACT.
And some other external territories like Norfolk Island.
I understand. And the state and territory police forces are primarily responsible for general policing and, of course, offences against state and territory law.
That is correct.
But the AFP's work may complement the work of state police forces where the same conduct gives rise to both a state offence and a Commonwealth offence, correct?
That is correct.
And of course, the AFP had no role in providing resources to the Chanukah event at Bondi on the 14th of December.
That is, as far as I'm aware, no, that is correct.
And no role in the immediate police response on the day.
That is correct. Outside of a response by the Joint Counter-Terrorism team.
Yes, of course, the Joint Counter-Terrorism team, which
New South
includes
Wales.
the AFP, has been involved in investigating that incident.
That is correct.
You've also mentioned in your 16 May statement that the AFP undertakes intelligence and investigative functions in support of its operational responsibilities. That's right?
That is correct.
It collects, develops and assesses criminal intelligence to identify and respond to criminal threats, including terrorism.
That's right.
How does that role differ from ASIO's intelligence gathering functions?
Well, our functions are framed by the virtue of the Commonwealth criminal law at which we investigate, but also the powers granted by the statutes on how we conduct our activities. So in that sense, our activities directed towards prevention, disruption and prosecution of Commonwealth offences, including terrorism offences, are framed around appropriate legal thresholds that make powers available to us. And in absence of powers, there's obviously restrictions in what activities that we can do.
And you've mentioned in your 21 May statement that outside of control orders and extended supervision orders, the AFP does not ordinarily have the role of monitoring persons in the community who may pose a terrorism risk in the intelligence sense. That's at paragraph 30 of your 21 May statement. When you say in an intelligence sense, are you drawing a distinction there between other kinds of monitoring?
Yes, specifically in regards to the functions of ASIO, because obviously the AFP is involved in national security activity, but our roles are different, and that's the distinction I'm trying to draw there, that we still have to have any action we take and has to be on a reasonable basis, and it's in the context of the Commonwealth laws that we're enforcing.
While I won't ask you to go into any details about this publicly, of course, for some time the AFP had a role in what's known as the National Known Entity Management Framework, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that relates to persons who have previously come to the attention of authorities but who are not currently the subject of active investigation.
That's
that
correct
right?
also, yes.
I'll ask you some more questions about that on another occasion.
Understood.
ASIO shares information with the AFP in relation to terrorism risk, including risk to the Jewish community in a number of different ways.
Yes, they do.
Some formal, some informal.
Yes, we have a close working relationship.
And one formal mechanism is via ASIO's distribution of threat assessments, for example.
Correct.
And another information sharing mechanism is the JCTT itself.
That's correct.
Can I ask you about the attack on 7 October 2023 and the years that followed and the AFP's response to that environment? You say in your 21 May statement at paragraph 124 that prior to October 7, anti-Semitism was not investigated by a specific AFP command or task force. Is that right?
That is correct.
And nor did at that time Commonwealth law specifically criminalise hate crimes?
To the extent it is today, that's correct.
But October 7 and the subsequent conflict significantly affected Australia's national security environment and in turn the AFP's operational priorities.
It did.
And since that time, anti-Semitism has become a strategic priority for the AFP.
It has.
And one way that has manifested is by specific operations and task force that the AFP has established, correct?
Over time, that's correct.
And that includes the establishment of what was known as Operation Larimar in October 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
The aim of that operation was to monitor, collect and assess information about international developments and their potential domestic impacts arising from the Israel-Hamas conflict.
Correct. It was such a significant event, yes.
And one aspect of that was to assess how that conflict impacted the security environment in Australia.
Yes.
For both the Jewish community and other communities, is that right?
Impact Australia-wide, yes.
And was there a concern on your part at the time that those events might lead to increased anti-Semitism as well as Islamophobia?
Not that specific. The concern was it was such a major attack, a terrorist incident, that would have a negative impact on the security environment, including potential impact on religiously motivated violent extremism, ideologically motivated violent extremism, and potentially politically motivated violent extremism, of which anti-Semitism are parts of all of those three. So it was the broader landscape in those three domains, as opposed to specifically anti-Semitism.
And did that concern come to fruition at that time, late 2023?
It certainly started to, yes.
How so?
And what we started to see was through protest and other activity. What has been described to me is that increase in the temperature in community, where we saw protest activity, which is a legitimate part of functioning democracy, turn into violent protests. We saw increase in anti-Semitic chants. We saw gatherings where praising around the attack was occurring, and we also saw an increasingly open display of prohibited hate symbols. Specifically, where we were concerned was around the symbols of prescribed terrorist organisations, including Hamas and Hezbollah.
And those symbols became the subject of another operation, Advana, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You're of course aware that in August 2024 the national terrorism threat level was raised from possible to probable.
Yes, I am, yes.
Did you listen to the Director General's evidence this morning?
I did, yep.
And I take it that in light of the ongoing information sharing between ASIO and the AFP, the raising of that threat level did not come as a shock to you?
That would be fair to say that.
The AFP was consulted by ASIO prior to the raising of that threat level?
As part of that, yes.
Can you describe in general terms how the raising of the threat level was taken into account by the AFP in its decision making regarding counter-terrorism?
Sure. So primarily the raising of the national terrorism threat level was such a significant issue. It's obviously anchored in an increase in probability of a terrorist attack, so we pay particular attention to that. In terms of our organisational arrangements, we did not make material decreases to our arrangements when the national terrorism threat level was reduced in November 2022. So organisationally there were not major changes there. However, when the change occurred, our focus was very much on the meaning of what the increase of a terrorist attack actually meant in terms of our caseload. And what I mean by that is not only the subjects that were under investigation and by extension known entity management, but also how our officers evaluate and triage threat information, very mindful around potential changes to people's behaviour and attitudes that would warrant increased attention and potential disruption.
And did the raising of the threat level affect the conduct of Operation Larimar in particular?
No, Larimar had more or less finished by then. It finished in early 2024. So Larimar was mainly focused on making sure that we had the relevant understanding of the initial impact post 7 October, and that's something that folded into our BAU operations and understandings.
Can I ask then about Operation Avalite.
Yes.
That was launched on the 9th of December 2024.
Yes, it was.
Obviously following the raising of the national terrorism threat level.
And in the wake of the Adass Israel synagogue arson attack.
Yes, so that attack on the Adass synagogue was a few days earlier on the 6th of December. And so it's fair to say that's one of the events that prompted the establishment of Operation Avalite?
It was certainly, yes.
As well as the general increase in the number of hate crimes and attacks on the Jewish community in the later part of 2024.
And throughout 2025, yes.
And the aim of that operation was to investigate and mitigate anti-Semitic threats and violence, and identifying and disrupting individuals and groups who were engaging in criminal conduct targeting the Jewish community as well as federal parliamentarians.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you were investigating some of those incidents known as the Summer of Terror over late 24 and 25?
Yes, I wouldn't use that term, but I'm happy to, that's a descriptor that's used by the Commission, yes.
That operation brought together specialist areas from both ASIO and the AFP?
Yes, it did, yes.
You're aware that around a similar time the New South Wales Police Force was conducting Operation Strike Force Pearl?
Yes, I was, yes.
And that was also focused on anti-Semitic attacks around this period of time, correct?
It was, yes.
What was the division of responsibility between the AFP and New South Wales Police in relation to these attacks? Was it as simple as the AFP were focused on Commonwealth offences and New South Wales was focused on state offences, or was it more nuanced than that?
That's a fair representation. The reality was the vandalism and arson attacks that were being seen throughout Sydney over that period were state offences for all intents and purposes, and New South Wales Police were the first responders in those aspects. However, as a collective, we also sought to understand what evidence was gleaned from the New South Wales Police investigations to help inform and understand who's sitting behind some of those incidents, and are there other actors at play, so therefore enlivening potential Commonwealth offences. So Special Operation Avalite certainly had dealings with Strike Force Pearl, and there was an understanding of a working relationship.
And you say in your statement that Operation Avalite focused on what you describe as the high impact, high harm matters, and was not intended to replace state and territory
Correct.
Jurisdictional primacy. What do you mean by high impact, high harm, and how did you go about identifying those?
Yeah, so high harm is, we're talking about threat matters, because you can appreciate when you're looking at the online threats, harassment and underlying anti-Semitic behaviour, there's quite a volume at a low level, still hurtful and impactful. However, we're focusing on matters that involved threat to life and specific threats of serious harm to individuals. That's the harm side of it. High impact was where we were focusing on individuals who are prolific offenders in this space, and being able to the impact to the crime environment would have been higher by taking out high profile persons.
So is it fair to say that at this time, late 2024, anti-Semitism remained a strategic priority for the AFP?
Yes, it was, yes.
And a high priority?
It was a strategic priority listed on our investigations oversight board, investigation priorities for the whole of the AFP.
Can I ask you about one of the incidents that you mention in your 21 May statement at paragraph 148, and that's what's become known as the Dural Caravan incident? Yes. So the AFP was involved in the investigation of that incident as part of the JCTT, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And around January 2025, a caravan was discovered in Dural containing explosives and some anti-Semitic material,
That is correct.
including a threatening note referring to a synagogue in Sydney
And another location as well. but
and
yes.
another location. The JCTT formed the view that it was part of a fabricated terrorism plot,
Yes, that's correct.
and as you understood it, the idea of those orchestrating it would be to inform law enforcement about and supposed impending terror attack in return for assistance with a criminal matter before the courts. Is that right?
Over the course of the investigation, that was the assessment that we made.
You say at paragraph 148 that the primary motive of the individuals involved was to manipulate the judicial system by taking advantage of anti-Semitic incidents and fear in the community. Is that still your assessment?
That's the assessment, yes, that's correct.
And you say that while it was a fabricated plot, it had a chilling effect on the Jewish community. What do you mean by that?
Well, whether the investigator assessment that it was staged and not genuine, given the extent of media attention it got, it had the desired effect on the impact on the Jewish community in Australia at large, because the obvious facts as they became public around a caravan with explosives, with a threatening note, is enough to have a very concerning impact on the Jewish community feeling of safety, but also more broadly across Australia as to what was happening at the time.
In January 2025, Commissioner Kershaw made a public statement styled an anti-Semitism statement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I might just ask for that statement to be brought up on the screen. It's RCD.0001.0001.0021. And the first observation that was made was that there's no doubt there is an escalation of anti-Semitism in Australia. Did you agree with that statement at the time?
I do agree with that statement, yes.
And it was reported in this release that the AFP had received 166 reports of crime since Operation Everlight was established in December. So I might just ask, yes, you see that in the fourth paragraph there?
I do see that, yes.
And that was accurate as far as you know at the time?
Yes.
But of those reports, it was said many are duplicates, some are already under investigation by our state counterparts, and some don't meet the threshold of a crime. That was right in your view?
That is correct, yes.
And it was said these are being triaged for the AFP to take high impact action against offenders, and currently Special Operation Everlight is investigating 15 serious allegations. That was accurate as far as you know?
Yes, as far as I know, that's accurate at the time of print.
And then the Commissioner went on to observe in the third last paragraph on that page, it all points to the same motivation, demonising and intimidating the Jewish community. Did you share that view?
Yes, I did, and still do.
And this statement reflects that anti-Semitism remained a strategic priority for the AFP as at January 2025?
Yes, that's right.
In your 21 May statement at paragraph 125, you refer to the AFP Commissioner together with Commissioners of State and Territory Police Forces establishing a dedicated anti-Semitism coordination group, correct?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And that comprised a Deputy Commissioner from each jurisdiction, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And the aim was to meet monthly to share information and intelligence about operations involving anti-Semitism?
That is correct.
Are you aware of anything like this ever being established in respect of other forms of hate crimes?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And that again suggests that anti-Semitism was a strategic priority for the AFP
It was
this
indeed,
time.
yes. And may I argue collectively of the police forces across Australia.
Yes. And can I ask, at this point in time, January 2025, was your concern just about threats of vandalism and abuse towards the Jewish community, or also a concern about the physical safety of the Jewish community?
Well, it's a combination. Like I mentioned before, it's all part of potentially religiously motivated violent extremism, ideologically motivated violent extremism, and also politically motivated violent extremism, because there's crossover with all those and can be all three potentially. So there was absolutely a concern that the anti-Semitism could escalate to actually terrorist acts.
And you note in your statement that this forum was later folded into the operations management meeting from late 2025, is that right?
That's correct, of the Deputy Commissioners, yes, that's correct.
And so that is also a meeting involving the Deputy Commissioners from each jurisdiction?
It was largely the same group. So hence the move, as I understand it, to bring the two together as opposed to a standalone group.
All right. And you say that happened late 2025. Can you be more specific about the date?
I don't have the exact date.
That's all right. And so why was that decision made to fold them together?
As I mentioned, the members were largely the same. In addition to that, as I understand, the Deputy Commissioner Operations Management Group was also considering the hate crimes, hate incident database work that was being led by Home Affairs in conjunction with the states and territories. So became obvious there was a clear crossover, and it made sense to bring the two together.
All right, but the fact that the groups were folded together, that didn't reflect any assessment by the AFP that the threat to the Jewish community had abated by this time? Moving forward then to September 2025, you note at paragraph 96 of your 21 May statement that the AFP at that time established 3 national security investigations teams, correct?
That's correct,
that's
sorry,
right.
yes.
And they fell within your area of responsibility at the time?
They did, yes.
And the aim of those teams was to disrupt high harm, high impact, politically motivated violence, communal violence, and hate crimes that do not meet the threshold for terrorism investigation.
That is correct.
And that included violence and hate crimes towards the Jewish community?
Absolutely, yes.
As well as
broader communities
the broader
as well.
Community?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that violence and hate crimes towards the Jewish community were the primary focus at the time of those teams?
Yeah, it was. Special Operation Avalite became part of the NSI teams, which again showed the priority attached, or their priority was to undertake the work of Special Operation Avalite.
And so the folding of Operation Avalite into those teams, again, did not reflect any assessment by the AFP that the threat had abated by this time?
Not at all. The work continued.
Was there a particular event or series of events that prompted the establishment of these NSI teams?
It was an accumulation of a number of issues, particularly what we're observing in the threat environment and the operating environment, where crimes, hate crimes in particular, falling outside of what would be counter-terrorism, and the need to have some dedicated teams that would work closely with the counter-terrorism arrangements and focusing on non-counter-terrorism, politically motivated violence and communal violence because of the potential of the convergence of the two. So having teams that are similarly trained and focused and working side by side was the intent behind that.
You also go on to explain what happened with those NSI teams after the Bondi attack. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, certainly. After the tragic attack, there's an application to government. Government provided funding for the establishment of 4 additional national security investigation teams with the same remit to have a more broader national approach to that capability.
And you say at paragraph 162 of your 21 May statement that the increased capability supported targeted activity against malign entities, networks and environmental conditions that are conducive to politically motivated violence, communal violence and or damage to Australia's social cohesion, democracy and sovereignty. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And you mentioned there that post-Bondi, the government agreed to allocate $68.8 million over 3 years from 1 July 2026 to fund the expansion.
That is correct, with a small amount that was given prior, 5.5 million.
I'm sorry, what was that? A small amount?
5.5 million was provided this financial year.
You heard the Director General give some evidence about the attack on the synagogue in Manchester in October 2025.
Yes.
And you were made aware of that event around the time that it occurred?
Yes, I would have, yes.
And can you recall whether you received that ASIO assessment of the Manchester attack that the Director General referred to?
I'm nearly always a recipient. I certainly spoke of it with my counterpart at ASIO and had conversations in general. I can't specifically recall receiving it. However, it's be very unlikely that I did not receive it.
I understand. And the Director General gave evidence that at that time, October 2025, he had assessed there was an enduring threat to the Jewish community, to Jewish interests in Australia. I take it you'd agree with that assessment?
Yes, yes I do.
And again, from your perspective, that was a threat not just of vandalism or abuse, but extended to a potential threat to the physical safety of the Jewish community?
That was potentially the case, yes.
And did you consider that threat remained as at December 2025?
Yes.
You also heard the Director General give some evidence about ASIO's holiday assessment for 25-26. Yes?
Yes, sorry, yes, thank you.
And you say at paragraph 43 of your 16 May statement that you recall reading that assessment at the time, that is December 25, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How did that assessment affect the conduct of the AFP's counter-terrorism operations at that time?
In terms of counter-terrorism operations, it was in the context, of course, of a national terrorism threat level of probable. Noting I did hear the Director General's evidence around no specific information, credible information of an impending attack. So it's a reinforcement and reminder of the holiday period being of heightened risk of incidents, and that was communicated amongst our staff in terms of increased vigilance. And by that I mean understanding our subjects of investigations, our ongoing investigations, plus also how we receive and triage threat information in the lead up of the holiday period, and to ensure that there's a heightened level of vigilance and actions to threat information.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. I will have further questions for you on another occasion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I have questions. Ms. Callan?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Swire? I've just got one question to ask you, Assistant Commissioner. You mentioned that after the Hamas attack on Israel on 7 October 2023, the threat environment became heated.
Yes.
And you referred in particular to the incidence of violent protests. Are there particular protests you have in mind in giving that description?
Not off the top of my head, Commissioner, but there were protests. So peaceful protests, as I mentioned, is absolutely part of the functioning democracy. However, there were a number around that time and over enduring months where violence was observed and arrests were made. And that's, I'm referring in a general sense.
I understand. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. I won't excuse you because I gather you are coming back to a closed hearing, but you are free to go for the present. Thank you for your attending this morning.
Commissioner, a little ahead of time, but I will now call Assistant Commissioner McCusker from the New South Wales Police Force.
Assistant Commissioner, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take the oath, thank you.
Yes, very well.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name?
Leanne Michelle McCusker.
And you are currently the Assistant Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner of Police and Commander of the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command?
Yes, I am.
And you've prepared a number of statements for the Commission, but for the purposes of today, I'll refer to you to your second statement of 1st of May 2026. Do you have a copy of that there with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
That is stat.899.0051.0002. I'll tender that in accordance with the procedure you outlined earlier, Commissioner.
Yes.
You have been the commander of the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command since July 2025, correct?
That's right, yes.
And could you just describe for us broadly what the New South Wales Police Force's role is regarding counter-terrorism?
Yeah, counter-terrorism for New South Wales Police Force is ensuring that there's a clear focus on prevention, a focus on detection and also disruption, but also responding to counter-terrorism and also the broader security environment across New South Wales.
And the responsibilities of the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command include what you've described as proactive counter-terrorism intelligence and investigations, correct?
Yes, that's correct. In that prevention and detection and disruption environment.
So that's what you mean by proactive in this context?
Yes.
And is that undertaken via the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team?
Yes, that's one aspect in conjunction to other parts of the command as well.
And the other, or one of the other responsibilities of that command is investigating and prosecuting terrorist-related activity once it has occurred, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that is also done via JCTT?
Yes.
The command also delivers specialist operational capability, including, for example, the Tactical Operations Unit.
That's right, yes.
And the Police Negotiators Bomb and Rescue Squad.
Yes.
And the Public Order and Riot Squad.
Yes.
The Terrorism Security and Intelligence Unit is also in your command?
Yes, that's right.
And going back to August 2024, which of course is the time the national terrorism threat level was raised, is it right that one of the functions of TSIU was to disseminate within New South Wales Police assessments of risk of terrorism?
That's right, yes.
And in some cases it would disseminate threat assessments prepared by ASIO itself?
That's right, yes.
And in other cases, it might be intelligence briefings or threat assessments prepared by New South Wales Police.
Correct, yes.
Those assessments may draw on information provided by ASIO from time to time, correct?
That's right, yes.
Around August 2024, these sorts of briefings and assessments were distributed by emailing to various distribution lists within New South Wales Police,
That's
correct?
right, yes.
And the purpose of doing so is to provide what you've described as situational awareness to relevant New South Wales Police officers in undertaking their responsibilities, correct?
That's right, yes.
What do you mean by situational awareness in that context?
Yeah, to ensure primarily across the organisation, so first and foremost across to the leadership within the organisation, what the threat environment or the nature of those assessments that are provided, and that's to ensure that can then cascade down, what I would say, to the frontline police officers as well, but also for the leadership across the organisation to be provided with the current up-to-date information for that situational awareness, and to then be able to take that into account for, in particular for police area commands, for those commands' daily activities, for them to understand the threat environment that may be relevant to their demographic and their local area command, but also for that information to be taken into account when there's major events on or other local events are on as well.
So it's your expectation that those sorts of briefings and assessments will inform, to the extent they're received by the relevant person, local operational policing decisions?
Yes, that's right, yes.
And day-to-day tasking and deployment decisions, correct?
Yes.
And I'll come to some examples of those briefings shortly. Did you say you have a copy of your statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
The 1st of May 2026 statement. Could I just take you to paragraph 49?
Sorry, did you say 49?
49.
Yes.
There you describe that between October and December 2023, the CTST disseminated a series of intelligence briefings on the conflict between Israel and Hamas, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And I take it that was prompted by the attack on 7 October 2023?
Absolutely it was, yes.
And I won't ask you about the details of those briefings, but they commenced because it was considered that the conflict might have implications for security in New South Wales, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And why was that view held?
That view was held as a result of the global impact following the Israel and Hamas conflict, that the impact to the security environment, so the impact to the security environment in New South Wales, also noting that attack and then the impact to the various communities affected in New South Wales, but also more broadly the entire community as well, and noting the various protest activity and community sentiment that followed as well.
And so there was a concern at that time that the conflict might have implications for the security of the Jewish community in New South Wales, correct?
Yes, certainly, yes.
As well as the community generally.
Yes,
is that
that's
right?
right, yes.
And one purpose of those assessments was to assess the threat of terrorism against Israel and Jewish interests in New South Wales, correct?
Yes.
And that threat was identified by CTST at that time as possible as opposed to probable, is that right?
Yes, that was the threat environment at the time, yes.
That was consistent with the national terrorism threat level at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you've listed a number of briefings from October to December 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take it that those briefings stopped as at December 2023?
Those particular briefings, and you can see by the amount of those briefings, they were occurring on essentially a weekly and then out to a fortnight basis. And that was because of the complex evolving situation at the time, and to ensure that across the organisation, across the leadership and across the front line, that there was situational awareness, and to certainly be aware of what I'd call that increasing complexity that was following from the conflict.
And so they did stop as at December 2023?
They stopped in the format, or not the format in terms of probably the volume, the nature, but certainly ongoing assessments continue, and ongoing threat assessments continue from CT Command.
And why did the volume drop off as at December 2023 then?
From that time, Operation Shelter was in place, and then in December of so Operation Shelter was in place. The threat environment and the intelligence continued to be communicated, so we have the proactive response coming from Operation Shelter.
And could you just describe briefly what the nature of Operation Shelter was?
Yeah, Operation Shelter was stood up within days of following the Hamas conflict, Hamas-Israel conflict, and that was in response to the protest activity, the community reassurance, to have a collective and coordinated and consistent approach regarding intelligence, and also the response for the various incidents that were being seen across the community as well.
Commissioner, I know the time.
Yes, indeed. It's a convenient time to take the luncheon break. I will adjourn till 2 p.m. Yes, Assistant Commissioner, if we can have you back in the witness box. Thank you.
Now, before the break, I was asking you about paragraph 49 of your statement and those intelligence briefings that were disseminated between, or at least so far as those ones are concerned, October and December 2023. But you mentioned that briefings of this nature did continue. Could you tell us for how long they continued and how they might have changed over time?
Yes, correct. Yes, so those intelligence briefings regarding the Israel and Hamas conflict did continue into 2024, not less than disseminated at least on a monthly basis, sometimes more, and that continued post July of 2024, and with the change of the national threat environment of August of 2024, then the status of the Israeli-Hamas conflict was included in the overarching current threat assessment and threat environment that was completed from TSIU, and then continued into threat assessments as they were produced for various events and operations.
All right. And when you say the change to the threat environment, you're of course referring to ASIO raising the national terrorism threat level to probable in August 2024, correct?
Yes.
And following the raising of that threat level, your command took steps to communicate that change throughout the police force, correct?
Absolutely.
And again, that was done by emailing to particular distribution lists?
Yes.
And you've set out at paragraph 16 of your statement, well, first you mention you mentioned the distribution list at paragraph 16 of your statement. Could I just ask you about that distribution list? First of all, you say that was the distribution list for the TSIU briefings email group as at 30 April 2026, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Do you know whether the distribution list was the same as at August 2024?
Yes, it was. Yes, in terms of broadly speaking, to those groups that are on that list.
To those categories
Yes.
mentioned in the sub-paragraphs.
Yes,
of,
as a
of
number of
paragraph
them
16.
overlap. Yes.
And that distribution list, in terms of those identified groups, remain the same from August 2024 to 30 April 2026?
Yes,
did
correct.
it?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask, paragraph F, you refer to the operations managers group. Who did that comprise? And I'm not asking for names of
No.
particular individuals, but their titles or
Yeah. The operations managers group is predominantly to the rank of superintendent for various operations managers that and their role, well, the role and function of operations managers for the 6 regions, so across Central Met region, the metropolitan and regions, and inclusive of the regional regions as well. So it's field commands, but also to our specialist commands for those that are performing an operations manager's role within State Crime Command, State Intelligence Command, and the like of Traffic and Highway Patrol and Major Events Groups, for examples. So the superintendent that essentially reports to the various assistant commissioners across the organisation, and this also provides communication to their respective commands as well.
so that Does that mean it would not include just anyone with the title of an operations inspector in a police area command?
No, it would not.
No. Okay, and in terms of the next category, pioneer commanders, who does that refer to?
That refers to the cadre of those across the organisation that are trained as pioneer commanders, and also the executive, which what that means is those that have had specific training around command and control for counter-terrorism matters, which and that training involves ongoing intelligence, ongoing professional development, and also exercising around command and control for counter-terrorism incidents as well.
So would it include someone who had completed what's described as pioneer forward commander training?
Yes, correct. Across that pioneer cadre is assistant commissioners that have completed that pioneer commanders training, superintendents that have completed the pioneer forward commanders training, and also inclusive of the executive as well.
And then in terms of the next category that's listed in paragraph H, that includes all commanders, superintendents and above?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, that list is shortened as POLCOMs for police commanders.
Okay. And so would that necessarily include anyone who is a commander of a police area command?
Yes, correct.
And such person may also happen to hold the rank of superintendent,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
At paragraph 17, you note that that email group represents the leadership across the organisation for appropriate situational awareness for this sort of information to be then further disseminated to their teams. So was it your expectation that the group who received this email would disseminate it throughout their teams as appropriate?
Yes, correct. And that would be for appropriate operational police decision making, and that may be for specific events, or it may be for day-to-day policing to ensure that they are aware of the current threat environment.
Then you mention at paragraph 18 that on the 9th of August 2024, TSIU reviewed and updated a particular intelligence briefing called the current security environment to reflect the national terrorism threat level, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that was that intelligence briefing was distributed to the same distribution list you've set out at paragraph 16, correct?
Not that entire group in paragraph 16, but specifically to operations managers, task force, to pioneer commanders, and also POLCOMs. So across that leadership
yes,
group.
You say that at paragraph 20. And following the raising of the terrorism threat level, key New South Wales Police Force threat assessment documents were also updated, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that included the document you refer to at paragraph 21, which was called the Crowded Places Assessment.
Yes.
And that document was sent to the same distribution lists identified at paragraph 16 above, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so it follows it should have gone to anyone with the rank of superintendent or above.
Yes, correct.
Sorry, Commissioner, I hate to interrupt, but the last sentence of paragraph
Sorry, I just didn't quite catch that, Ms. Callan.
Last sentence of paragraph 21 of this witness's statement indicates the dissemination to have been the same
Yes.
as that listed at paragraph 20,
Yes.
not
Yes.
16.
So it's not, it was not sent to everyone in the paragraph 16 distribution list, but rather only those you identify at paragraph 20, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And it was your expectation that a document of this kind would also be used to inform, among other things, local operational policing decisions, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Including tasking decisions?
Yes, that's right. Tasking decisions or operational policing decisions that relate to events, day-to-day taskings, and also forming intelligence briefings that take place on a daily basis in commands and weekly basis as well.
Can I then take you to that document, which I understand is able to be discussed publicly? It is at tab 4.
Just before you do that, Ms. Hager, just so I'm clear on this, do I understand, amongst other people, that the document, being the threat assessment for crowded places in New South Wales, behind tab 4, would have been distributed, among other people, to those in command of local areas?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes,
as police commanders'
Yes.
distribution list.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Hager.
Do you have a copy of tab 4 there?
Yes, I do.
For the record is NSW_PF.0001.0001.3029.
Correct, yes.
And this is the threat assessment for crowded places we've just been discussing.
Yes, that's right.
And the first bullet point notes that the national terrorism threat level for Australia is probable.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And the second bullet point notes that crowded places are assessed to be the most likely target of a terrorist attack in New South Wales, irrespective of ideology, anticipated crowd concentration or metropolitan and regional locations, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the third bullet point notes that a terrorist attack targeting a crowded place in New South Wales is most likely to involve a lone actor or small group using rudimentary tactics.
Yes, correct.
And this document, just to clarify, was updated in August 2024, correct? That's the date of this document?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And it goes on to note at paragraph 1 that violent extremists are likely to view crowded places as desirable targets due to the perceived iconic, symbolic, religious or cultural significance of a location or event.
Yes.
And at paragraph 2, it said crowded places may include, but are not limited to, sports stadiums, transport infrastructure, shopping centres, tourist attractions, places of worship and civic spaces. Crowded places may include open spaces such as parks, major streets and pedestrian traffic.
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 5, it's noted that crowded places are desirable targets in both metropolitan and regional locations, particularly during events of significance such as Australia Day, New Year's Day and other commemorative events or religious holidays. Correct?
Yes.
And you accept, of course, that Chanukah is considered a religious holiday?
Yes, I do, yes.
And at paragraph 8, it's observed that any terrorist attack in New South Wales is most likely to involve rudimentary tactics, including firearms.
Yes.
And it goes on to note in the third sentence that rudimentary tactics are difficult to detect and attacks of this nature are likely to occur with little forewarning. Correct?
Yes.
And so you would accept, I take it, that a threat assessment of this kind would be relevant to assessing how many police resources should be allocated to a Chanukah event in a public park?
Yes, this would form the basis of that consideration.
I now want to ask you about some of New South Wales Police's operational responses to the raising of the threat level. At paragraph 26 of your statement, you note that various steps were taken in response to the raising of the threat level, one of which was the continued work of Operation Shelter, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned before the break that was established in October 2023, correct?
Yes.
And that was in response to community safety concerns arising from large-scale protests after the October 7 attacks?
Yes, correct.
And it was initially focused on protest activity?
Protest activity and, broadly speaking, community sentiment and community engagement as well.
And that operation was focused on risks to the Jewish community as well as other sections of the community, including the Muslim community, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
But it didn't fall under the CTST command?
Right? Not at that point in time, no.
When did it shift?
The Operation Shelter shifted to be inclusive of, for the CT command, following the establishment of Strike Force Pearl. So Strike Force Pearl was established in December of 24, following an increase of targeted attacks of malicious damage and arson, firebombing, etc., on places of in particular Jewish interest and hate crime, and so Strike Force Pearl was established as a result of that, and Operation Shelter was the proactive arm that was being led by CT Command at that point in time as well.
All right. I'll come back to Strike Force Pearl in a moment, but even prior to December 2024, when Strike Force Pearl was established, is it fair to say that CTST Command was working closely with those operating Operation Shelter?
Oh, absolutely, in terms of the intelligence capability. So CT Command were embedded in the intelligence capability. Likewise, any taskings that may have been required from our public order and riot squad team in terms of public safety and the deployment for protest activity. Likewise, when what I'll call the larger scale protest activity, so those that had significant numbers, a CT liaison officer would be in the Police Operations Centre supporting Operation Shelter, and any threat that was coming into Operation Shelter that required response or investigation by CT Command, then that took place. Now, whether that was by the Terrorist Investigation Squad or whether that was by the Security Investigation Unit, depending on what was required at the time. So certainly working very, very closely with Operation Shelter.
And I understand Assistant Commissioner McKenna has given some more detail about Operation Shelter, and we'll ask more questions of Assistant Commissioner McKenna in that regard. You also mention in paragraph 26 the establishment of Operation Reassurance in February 2025 as being one step taken to respond to the threat environment. What was the nature of that operation?
Yes, Operation Shelter was predominantly a focus of education and training and guidance to provide information around hate crime and what that means, and hate education and guidance around hate symbols or what hate crime can look like and who can be targeted, and providing more education and guidance around how to report hate crime as well.
Education and guidance to whom?
Predominantly to younger people.
Right, and how was that achieved? Through contact with schools?
Yes, with schools and the lead being our youth command.
Right. Can I come?
Sorry to interrupt again. At the beginning of that answer, the witness referred to this being a description of Operation Shelter. She'd been asked about Operation Reassurance, and I think there might have been a misstep.
My apologies, I was referencing Operation Reassurance.
Thank you, Ms. Callan.
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies.
Can I come back to Strike Force Pearl then? As you've mentioned, that was established in December 2024, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And its role was to investigate hate crimes involving significant criminal activity and of significant public interest.
Yes.
And it investigated some of the anti-Semitic incidents that occurred over late 2024 and early 2025, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you've set out some of those incidents at paragraph 130 of your statement, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that included, for example, the fire at Lewis's Continental Kitchen in October 2024.
Yes.
And it also included instances of anti-Semitic graffiti in Woollahra.
Yes, correct.
And the graffiti at the Alawa and Newtown synagogues.
Yes.
And also the attack at the former home of Alex Rifchin, is that correct?
Yes.
As well as the graffiti at Mount Sinai School in January 2025.
Yes.
And also the incident with the two nurses from Bankstown Lidcombe Hospital, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You say at paragraph 127A that Strike Force Pearl also included some proactive taskings.
Yes.
Will you imply that at paragraph 127A? Is that correct? It included proactive taskings, Strike
Yes.
Force Pearl. And what does that mean, proactive taskings?
So proactive taskings is patrolling areas and being intelligence-led, so patrolling areas that may have been considered either high risk or of concern, and that would have so that was in response to the offences that had been committed, noting where they were and the nature of the of those premises, and ensuring some strong, high visible police presence as a deterrent for these crimes not to continue, and if there was those crimes occurring, then there would be that immediate response as well.
But around this time, so late 2024 and early 2025, Operation Shelter was also engaged in proactive taskings of that kind, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And so what was the relationship between Operation Shelter and Strike Force Pearl at this time?
Yeah, at that time, as I'd mentioned earlier, Counter-Terrorism Command were embedded within Operation Shelter to provide appropriate intelligence, and so therefore that communication and review of daily activities and incidents were part of the assessment process by TSIU also.
At paragraph 124, you note that in respect of personnel, as at 14 December 2024, there were 10 personnel working in Strikeforce Pearl, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That then increased to 20 personnel on the 13th of January 2025, correct?
That's right, yes.
And why did that increase occur?
Due to the increase of anti-Semitic reports and increase and the ongoing increase of hate crimes being reported as well.
And you note that in February 2025 there was another increase to 46 under the command of a Detective Superintendent Strikeforce Commander, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so why did that increase occur?
Again, just due to that increase of offences, with the increased reporting of anti-Semitic offences, and to ensure that there was a strong investigation to also then ensure a rapid response for the offences that were occurring, to ensure that they could be stopped for that community reassurance in particular.
And that level of staffing was maintained until April 2025, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so what changed at that point and why?
At that point, the offences had, the offences that we saw through Strikeforce Pearl, of those targeted offences around fire bombings and arson offences, destroying property by fire to various premises, had stopped, and they had stopped in the February. So then the ongoing investigations continued, and those investigations continue through till today and ongoing as matters are still before the court, with the 22 offenders that have been charged and with the 178 offences that have been preferred against those offenders. So those matters, offenders were charged, some bail refused, other matters before the court, and so therefore the change in April was appropriate with the environment at the time.
So in terms of investigations that were part of Strikeforce Pearl, the officers returned to their substantive commands to resume duties alongside continuing those Strikeforce Pearl investigations, is that right?
Yes, they still have those investigative responsibilities to continue those pending court matters.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you about to ask a question? And Strikeforce Pearl's responsibilities with respect to proactive taskings were then reallocated to Operation Shelter as at April 2025 as well?
Correct, yes.
During its lifetime, Strikeforce Pearl conducted the 14 substantive investigations you have set out in paragraph 130.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes. That was the reason for the Strikeforce to be stood up, to look at or to investigate those 14 offences and any others that may have occurred.
Thank you.
Can I ask you about some of the statistics you've included in your statement regarding hate crimes, and take you in particular to the table at paragraph 103. There are two tables there. The first relates to total hate crime incidents per calendar year for all victim groups, whereas the second refers to total hate crime incidents per calendar year just for Jewish victim groups, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And this reflects data collected by the Engagement and Hate Crimes Unit.
Yes.
Between 2020 and the end of the first quarter of this year, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So we can see that in the second table, the total number of hate crime incidents for each year for Jewish victim groups climbed from 40 in 2020 to 59 in 2021, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Then 118 in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then a jump to 353 for 2023, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then 445 in 2024, correct?
Yes.
841 in 2025, correct?
Yes.
And then in the first quarter of 2026, it's 287 incidents. And the last row in that table represents the percentage of total annual incidents, that is across all victim groups, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so you see an increase over time in terms of that percentage as well, going from 8% in 2020 up to 30% in 2025, correct?
Yes.
And can I ask you also about those quarters in 2023? You had 43 hate crime incidents for Jewish victim groups in the third quarter of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it jumps to 231 hate crime incidents for Jewish victim groups in the fourth quarter of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Which obviously coincides with the October 7 attacks, correct?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And do you see a link between those two things in your mind, between the October 7 attacks and the jump in hate crime incidents against Jewish people in that fourth quarter of 2023?
Absolutely. Yes.
Could you describe your basis for that view?
It was by virtue of what was being reported to New South Wales Police, what was being displayed in the protest activity that was being seen post the 7th of October, the online commentary that was also being seen, and that community sentiment that was being displayed, and the reports coming from the Jewish community.
And then if you compare the last quarter of 2024, that's 155 hate crime incidents against Jewish victim groups, to the first quarter in 2025, 309 incidents. Do you consider that to be a significant increase as well?
Yes, I do.
And so you'd agree, I take it, that in the months leading up to December 2025, the threat to the Jewish community remained?
Yes, I do.
And in your view, was it at a concerning level in that lead up to December 2025?
Yes, it continued to be at the concerning level. Not only what was being reported, but the community sentiment.
When you talk of community sentiment, you're referring to sentiment not just coming from the Jewish community, I take it?
Yeah, that's correct. And the engagement and hate crime team work across all communities and have that conversation, but also what's coming through on the TSIU teams of social media.
So it's partly social media, partly things like displays of hate symbols, but also does it involve reports back through police from members of various communities?
Yes, it does, yes. And predominantly that can come from the engagement and hate crime team.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I then take you back to threat assessments that were circulated around this time, December 2025, and in particular at paragraph 75B of your statement, you refer to ASIO's holiday period threat assessment for 2025 to 2026 for violent protest and terrorism. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
And of course, on the 3rd of December 2025, TSIU received that assessment.
Yes, correct.
And on the same day, you say it was disseminated to CTST commanders, amongst others, correct?
Yes, that's right.
As well as in the last sentence of, or second last sentence of that subparagraph, it was further disseminated to New South Wales Police Force operation managers and the Pioneer Commanders email groups, correct?
Yes, correct.
And so to confirm, as at 3 December 2025, you understood that this holiday threat assessment was emailed to those within the Pioneer Commanders groups, which would include those who had undertaken the Pioneer Forward Commander training at that time?
Yes.
And you would expect, wouldn't you, that a document of this kind would also be taken into account by those making operational decisions on the ground to the extent they received it?
Yes, correct.
Including local tasking decisions over the holiday period?
Yes.
Can I then ask you about paragraph 76 of your statement, where you refer to certain intelligence products being disseminated to MEG, that stands for the Major Events Group, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so who, on your understanding, was on that distribution, in that distribution group as at 11 December 2025?
That would be the team that works within the Major Events Group. So superintendent, the inspectors that work there, and then the other staff as well.
Okay. But it would not ordinarily include all commanders of local area commands?
No.
No. You've also mentioned in paragraph 139 of your statement that your command, and particularly the ATIG, prepared Jewish High Holy Day threat assessments between 2022 and 2025, correct?
Correct, yes.
And ATIG stands for the Anti-Terrorism and Intelligence Group within your command, correct?
Yes, correct.
Which includes, amongst other groups, the TSIU.
Yes,
correct?
That's right.
And of course, Jewish High Holy Days include a number of events, including Yom Kippur.
Yes.
And the dates vary each year, but often around September, October in each year, correct?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And you say those threat assessments have been prepared since 2022. Have they historically been prepared for other Jewish community events, that is, threat assessments of that kind?
No, they haven't.
And so I take it they've never historically been prepared for Chanukah?
No, they haven't.
And why is that?
The reason for that is that threat assessments are of this nature, or threat assessments are completed for what we referred to as the major events that are across the calendar year. And those 5 major events are New Year's Eve, Australia Day, Anzac Day, Mardi Gras, and also Jewish High Holy Day events.
And so it follows then that the CTST Command did not prepare a threat assessment for the Chanukah by the Sea event at Bondi on the 14th of December, correct?
No, one wasn't completed, no.
And as you sit here now, and perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, do you think it would be a good idea for your command to prepare threat assessments for Chanukah events?
Yes, I see no reason why a threat assessment could not be completed for that event.
But do you see it as a good idea?
As a good idea, yes, yeah. I do.
And why is that?
I think it ensures that the current threat environment is provided for that particular event, and also ensures that, and this happens anyhow in terms of any ongoing threat assessment or information that is coming in, but it then is detailed to that particular event.
And has the New South Wales Police Force made a decision to conduct such threat assessments for Chanukah going forward?
That certainly, I'm aware of a recommendation that has been provided, and yes, that is correct.
A decision has been made to do that going forward?
I'll probably defer to the executive on that decision, but I note that it's a recommendation coming from the interim report.
Right, which is presently under consideration?
Yes.
Commissioner, I have no further questions for Assistant Commissioner McCusker at this stage.
Ms Munro?
No questions.
Ms Callan?
No questions.
Ms Lyons?
No questions.
Very well. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you very much.
Is Assistant Superintendent McCusker required again?
Yes.
Well, I won't excuse you, Assistant Commissioner, but thank you for your attendance today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Commissioner, before I call the next witness, there is an administrative matter to attend to, which
yes.
I've been accused of causing the problem, so I have to try and fix it with exhibit numbers. We have provided you with a list of statements and other documents that have been referred to this morning. There will be some reallocation of the exhibit numbers that are on that list, so that they are not what we propose as the final exhibit numbers. We'll prepare an updated list, but the upshot is that when these next 2 CSG witnesses affirm their statements, they'll be tendered, and we will start at what we propose to be Exhibit 2-020 as the starting point.
Thank you for that, Mr Lancaster.
And I'll try and be less lackadaisical about exhibit numbers in the future. So I call Witness ABO.
Yes.
And Commissioner, as you can tell from the way I referred to him, you have made a pseudonym order in respect of him.
Yes, indeed.
Would you like to take an oath for affirmation? Please state your words in the hand. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Your name and address is known to the Commission. You hold the position as a senior officer of CSG New South Wales.
Yes, I do.
You've made a statement dated the 8th of May 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement in a redacted form which has the ID STAT.899.0064.0002_R.
Yes, and I note that will then become Exhibit 2020.
You are the chair of an organisation that raises money from the Jewish community and provides funding to CSG New South Wales.
That's correct.
And you were previously a CSG New South Wales volunteer between 1989 and about the year 2000?
That's correct.
And you held a security licence at that time?
I did.
And you worked extensively in that capacity at that time as a security protector?
I did.
But your present role is not an operational one?
Not at all.
You manage with others the overall operations of CSG?
That's correct.
Now, the interim report that the Commissioner has issued provides a description of the background and operations of CSG, and those matters are also addressed in some detail in your statement. But I will ask you a couple of questions to confirm what we think we know about CSG. CSG has been operating in New South Wales since the late 1970s or early 1980s.
That's my understanding.
It's a private organisation concerned with providing security to Jewish community in New South Wales.
That's correct.
It has the stated purpose to protect Jewish life and the Jewish way of life.
That's correct.
And historically, CSG has obtained most of its funding from the Jewish community.
Most, but not all. That's correct.
Yes. Prior to October 2023, is it the case that CSG did not receive any funding from the New South Wales or Commonwealth governments for operational expenses?
That's correct.
But there was some government money for some purposes, is that your understanding?
That's correct, not specifically for the Jewish community, but the Jewish community received money through various government programs for infrastructure, effectively.
So programs that were available more broadly to
Yes.
community organisations of which CSG made an application?
That's correct.
Now, CSG provides security to the Jewish community, mainly providing security personnel to Jewish sites across New South Wales?
That's the primary function. There are two support divisions as well, but our primary function is to provide physical security.
What are the support divisions?
There's a security operations centre, effectively a control room, which performs various functions, and there's also an intelligence function.
Now, CSG employs several professional staff and is assisted by a number of volunteers, is
Yes,
that right?
that's right.
And the security personnel that CSG deploys are licensed security guards under relevant New South Wales legislation, is that right?
There are effectively two groups. There are licensed security personnel who have Class 1A and Class 1F licences. Not all have 1F licences, but some do. And then there are ushers who have some security training, but they are not licensed security guards.
And the ushers, are they employed staff or volunteers?
Volunteers.
The people you refer to as ushers also assist with logistics administration and community liaison.
That's correct.
Now, the licensed security guards, some of them are permitted to be armed, again under licensing as security guards under New South Wales legislation in respect of identified premises.
Yes, within certain limitations, yes.
Within
certain limitations, yes.
And can you describe the limitations?
Broadly speaking, they are permitted to be armed at specific identified premises on the firearms licence, and also have to be armed in what's called a static capacity.
Is it the case that none of the ushers or volunteers are permitted to carry arms?
The ushers are not permitted to carry arms. A number of our volunteers are licensed security personnel, and they do have Class 1F licences.
Now, CSG provides security at the request of relevant organisations in the Jewish community that are in charge of a particular Jewish site or event.
That's correct.
And third party, that is private security guards, are also relied on from time to time by Jewish community groups, as you understand it.
That's right.
Now, CSG provides security personnel to Jewish sites and events according to its own risk assessment of the site or of the event.
That's correct.
I'll come back to the risk assessments in a moment. There are other CSG organisations in other states?
Yes, not all states, but yes.
I think in Queensland, Victoria and Western Australia.
That's correct.
And how are they related to CSG New South Wales?
structurally they're unrelated, so there's no corporate relationship between them. We are loosely affiliated and work closely together, but we have our own licensing regimes and own corporate structures.
Thank you. The Commissioner's interim report touched on the way in which CSG produces threat assessments for Jewish community events, and your statement goes into more detail about that. In 135 of your statement, you say that the Jewish communal footprint in New South Wales is broad, dispersed and operationally complex, and you draw particular attention, this is in paragraph 131, to New South Wales having a large number of synagogues, Jewish schools and childcare centres and other Jewish cultural sites. That's the framework in which CSG is required to provide its services.
That's correct.
And I take it these sites have varying security arrangements and infrastructure that makes each site necessary to consider on its own terms.
That's right. I would say from a site perspective, so in terms of the structural security, they all have different arrangements. And then, of course, when there are people there, they have different security requirements depending on the threat assessment.
Yeah. An event like Chanukah by the Sea presents unique challenges by reasons of being held in a highly visible public place.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Are you able to identify other reasons that make it a unique challenge?
I could, but I think that's in a confidential part of my statement.
All right, thank you. CSG produces general threat assessments relating to the Jewish community as a whole at a given point in time, and it also produced threat assessments for particular events or festivals.
That's right. I would say we have threat levels for the community, so we have our own scale of threats, and then we produce threat assessments separately for the festival periods and for major cultural events.
Yeah. And CSG collects open source intelligence, that is intelligence from publicly available sources in respect of its preparation of both the level and the assessment of threats, is that right?
That's right. That's one of the integers that feed into our threat assessments.
Yeah. And is it the case, or perhaps tell me if you don't know, but is it the case that no CSG personnel hold security clearances with the Commonwealth Government?
As far as I'm aware, that's correct. Certainly no one holds a security clearance for the purposes of our organisation. As to whether or not they hold security clearances for other reasons, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Now, CSG is regularly in contact with law enforcement and security agencies?
Yes, very regularly.
Yep. Do you have any general observations about the relationship and interactions between CSG and New South Wales Police on the one hand and with ASIO on the other hand?
Well, yes. I mean, the level of engagement with both organisations increased materially after October 7. I would say that although the structure and effectiveness of that working relationship can always be improved, my observation and the observation of our organisation is that both of those organisations have been extremely reactive, have been available, have worked extremely hard to protect the community. I'd say from my personal perspective, they've gone above and beyond to do that. And I think the events of October 7, the period after October 7, and particularly December 14 have been, I think, probably just as upsetting for them as they have been for us.
One form of contact that CSG does undertake with New South Wales Police is that CSG generally shares its threat assessments with New South Wales Police.
Yes, that's correct.
And for Jewish High Holy Days, CSG provides New South Wales Police with dedicated in-person briefing over and above the usual written threat assessments, according to your statement. Is that right?
Yes, there's a police handover, which means we all come together to talk in a formal sense about the threat to the community over the high holiday period. We provide a briefing to the police and they usually provide a briefing to us.
Historically, that level of briefing has not occurred in respect of Chanukah celebrations, is that right?
That's right.
more broadly, especially in recent times, CSG has frequently discussed its assessment of the threat to the Jewish community by less formal in-person meetings with various personnel at those organisations.
Yes, I would say at least my experience, and I'm not the person who meets all the time with them, but my experience has been frequently since October 7.
Yes. Now, in terms of that period since 7 October 2023, between then and December 2025, had there been changes or improvements in the process of interaction with the New South Wales Police and with ASIO in respect of briefings and intelligence sharing?
Yes, well, taking each organisation separately, I would say with New South Wales Police there's been obviously far greater access. That's not just because we've asked, it's also because they've come to us to talk to us about the threats to the community. So I'd say in terms of the meeting cadence, that's been much increased from my experience. There's also been an obvious and observable increase in the police presence protecting our community. So that's been absolutely clear, and no doubt you'll see that from their records. In terms of our dealings with ASIO, there's been, again, a high cadence of meetings, and also from time to time what I'd call semi-formal briefings on the specific threats to the community.
Now, in respect of the period since December 2025, have there been any further changes or improvements, or how has it worked?
There have been, yes, well, certainly in terms of the police resourcing, there's obviously a huge upsurge in the police coverage of our functions and venues, which had already been, to my observation, at a high level. So we had significant additional coverage. So that's I think the first thing I'd say. In terms of other structural developments, one has been, as far as I'm aware, I wasn't involved in it, something like, although it was arranged in a bit of a hurry, something like the high holiday handover for the Passover festival period, which was in April. And then there's been, again, just increased access to police and increased discussions about the ways in which the community can be better protected.
Okay, can I now turn to the specific contact between CSG and New South Wales Police ahead of Chanukah 2025? And can I ask you to address paragraph 75 of your statement? Did CSG have specific discussions with the New South Wales Police or with ASIO, as you understand it, about the risk or threat assessment for Chanukah 2025?
Not specifically referable to Chanukah.
In the months leading up to Chanukah in 2025, particularly in relation to high holy days, there had been extensive communications between CSG and New South Wales Police and ASIO?
Yes.
Yeah. And that covered, obviously enough, the threat to the Jewish community. Is that right?
Yes.
Did CSG receive any briefing on specific or general threats to Chanukah 2025 events from New South Wales Police or ASIO or the AFP?
No, not referable to Chanukah.
Now, CSG did produce a threat assessment in relation to Chanukah 2025 and the events occurring during the festival, which was set out in a document titled Jewish Festival Calendar Notification Chanukah, and you refer to this in paragraph 73 of your statement. Can I so I won't ask for the document to be called up on screen, but can I ask you if you have a copy of the email sent on 28 November 2025? It should be behind tab 3, and just for the record, rather than for calling it up, its ID is NCS.000.001.006, but I repeat, I don't want to have that up on the screen. Do you have that 20?
Yes, but it's not behind tab 3. Behind tab 3 is an email which seems to attach that, supposed to attach that threat assessment.
Try tab 2 for me, I'm told.
Hang on a second. No. Hang on. See if I can find it. The email is behind tab 3, but I have that threat assessment here separately. I'll just get it up. I have the email and I have the threat assessment separately.
All right. Thanks. Just pardon me a moment. Now, you can see from the email it was sent from a CSG email address on 28 November 2025, 12:47 p.m.
Yes.
It was sent to a CSG email address and then blind copied to a whole series of recipients.
Yes.
One of the recipients was, can I invite you to agree, was the commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command at her direct email address.
Yes.
And one of the other recipients was the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command intelligence email address.
Yes.
Now, CSG had those email addresses from its previous interactions with the police over a number of years, is that right?
I believe so.
The title of the attached document had a date, this is recorded in the email, and then it says CSG Chanukah Threat Assessment. You see that in the middle of the email?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And that document is a 2-page document with the heading Jewish Festival Calendar Notification Chanukah, and I think you should have a copy of that in the bundle in front of you behind the document for paragraph 110.
It's not, it doesn't seem to be in my bundle, but I have it separately.
Okay. Again, I won't bring this up on the screen, but can I ask you some questions in relation to this 2-page document? In the first, on the front page, or the first page, it has Chanukah and an image of the lit candles, and then immediately under that describes that the Jewish festival of Chanukah begins at sunset on Sunday 14 December 2025 until sunset Monday 22 December 2025. You have
yes.
That? It then has a heading Chanukah celebrations, and in that paragraph it draws attention in bold text to the fact that these are carried out in public places, event spaces and other communal sites.
Yes.
And it has again in bold type, in particular, some events are expected to garner thousands of attendees.
Yes.
Then there's a paragraph in this document that refers to, or that has the heading heightened risk.
Yes, I see that.
And then the whole of the next paragraph is in bold type. And it says during the Chanukah period, the likelihood of violent and or anti-Semitic incidents is elevated due to the anticipated visibility of identifiably Jewish individuals in public spaces and the prominence of the festival. The New South Wales Jewish community is currently experiencing unprecedented levels of vilification and a significant increase in incidents impacting the community. Hostile actors have historically targeted Jewish and Israeli interests in retaliation for developments in the ongoing Middle East conflict and to intimidate local entities perceived as affiliated with Israel. CSG continues to record unprecedented volumes of anti-Semitic incidents, reinforcing that the threat environment remains heightened. So all of that in bold.
Yes.
And then the document goes on to indicate that the risk comes from actors from across the ideological spectrum, and those are set out in the document.
Yes.
And then the the notification continues, again in bold type: religiously motivated violent extremism, especially Sunni violent extremism, continues to pose the greatest religiously motivated threat to Australia. There's a reference to ASIO's 2025 annual threat assessment.
Yes.
And then there's some more text in ordinary typeface, and then it returns to bold for the phrase which may create conditions for lone actor attacks inspired by global jihadist propaganda. And then it goes on to explain the risks.
Yes.
Now, on the other page of the document is a calendar notification and headed events.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, and the first, there's a table of events set out, but in some text above the table, CSG said, given the volatile and dynamic threat environment and the overall heightened threat landscape for the New South Wales Jewish community, CSG is seeking assistance from New South Wales Police to ensure community safety.
Yes, I see that.
And then the next paragraph, the details of known large and or open air events scheduled to occur during Chanukah are listed below. These will be widely advertised online and printed in Jewish media, and a complete list of events will be sent to each police area command prior to Chanukah. And then there's a list of events. I won't go through them, but you see in the middle of the list is Sunday 14 December, Chanukah by the Sea.
Yes.
And it's indicated that that would occur from 4:30 to 8 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
And expected attendance 1,000.
Yes.
Now, according to your review of the records of CSG, was there any email response or other written response from New South Wales Police to provision of this threat assessment?
No.
Would you have expected one?
No.
Did CSG send this threat assessment to any Commonwealth agencies?
I don't believe so.
Now, on the 8th of December 2025, CSG sent what it called a notification email to New South Wales Police's Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command.
Yes.
And you're familiar with that from your review of CSG records?
I am.
And can I ask you to turn to that, please? It should be behind the document attributed to paragraph 108.
Do you have a tab number in this tender bundle?
Yes, the tabs of the
yes, I have
bundle
it.
should have 108 on the
Yes,
side.
I have it.
Again, I won't bring it up on the screen, but for the record, note that its document ID is NCS.000.001.0013. And that's an email from an officer at CSG sent on the 8th of December 2025 at 3:57 p.m.
Yes.
It was sent to a number of New South Wales Police email distribution lists, as you understand them.
Yes.
One of those was the Operation Shelter Intelligence Distribution List, as you understand it.
Yes.
Another was the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command Intelligence Distribution List.
Yes.
And there was another couple of recipients from police.
Yes.
In that email, it begins by the words "Attention Duty Officer PAC Eastern Suburbs."
Yes.
And then your email says, that is CSG's email said, please be advised of the following upcoming Jewish communal events in your police area command. We kindly request your assistance with any policing measures that your command may deem appropriate.
Yes, I see that.
And then CSG, then the next paragraph is the current security alert level for the New South Wales Jewish community is 5 of 6, high. A terrorist attack against the New South Wales Jewish community is likely, and there is a high level of anti-Semitic vilification. Now, that paragraph, that reflects the threat level to which you referred a little earlier in your evidence, is it?
Yes, that's the CSG assessed threat level.
Yes. And that's independent of any government or ASIO assessment. It's an assessment CSG carries out itself and then forms the view and conveys that view to organisations such as the police or Jewish community organisations.
It is our own threat assessment. It is informed to some extent by ASIO's assessment and other assessments, together with a whole range of other integers, but it is an assessment we undertake ourselves.
Thank you. And then going back to this 8 December 2025 email, the third event listed in the email is what's described as the Chanukah party at the beach.
Yes.
And that's the 14 December 2025 event at the same time, 4:30 through to 8 o'clock.
Yes.
At Bondi Beach Park, as it's described next to the North Bondi Children's Playground.
Yes.
And again, the number of anticipated guests was said by CSG to be about 1,000.
That's correct.
If you go to the third page of that email printout, please, you'll see that in the middle of the page there's some more descriptive text about the events, and the email says, our events are grouped into 2 priority categories based on anticipated crowd size, venue type, event duration, and confirmed VIP attendance. These are intended to support your operational planning and discretion. So that was speaking from CSG to the police recipients.
That's correct.
The first category, the email says in bold text, requesting deployment of resources for the entirety of the event. And there's a reference to 3 events, isn't there?
That's right.
And one of them is Chanukah at the beach on 14 December.
One of them is that, yes.
And then there's a second number which says status checks of events, and then there's a number of events listed under that.
That's correct.
Now, your statement refers to a subsequent phone call, that is after the 8th of December, between CSG's Chief Operating Officer and New South Wales Police about the provision of static police resources at Chanukah by the Sea. This is your paragraph 109.
Yes.
Now, the Chief Operating Officer, who has been given the pseudonym ABP, will give evidence about his telephone calls, but you say that CSG's understanding of the police presence that New South Wales Police proposed to provide at Chanukah by the Sea was based on that conversation?
That's correct.
You did not yourself have any direct telephone or email communication with any police officer about the Chanukah events in November or December 2025, is that right?
No, or indeed direct knowledge at the time.
Right, thank you. Now, there was a CSG security presence at Chanukah by the Sea on 14 December?
Yes, there was.
How many CSG personnel were in attendance, if you're comfortable saying?
At 12.
Some of those were security guards and some were ushers and volunteers, is that right?
They were all volunteers. Some were licensed and others were ushers.
Thank you. None of them were armed?
No, that's right.
Can I also ask, there was a CSG presence at Chanukah in the park at Dover Heights on that night of 14 December? Can you say how many CSG personnel were allocated there?
I don't think I actually know that. I can take it on notice, but I don't know that.
Thank you. Can I ask you a couple of questions about what your review of the CSG records have shown about communications with police in prior years for Chanukah celebrations?
Yes.
So in in 2023, CSG sent an email to the operations inspector on the first, that is of the Eastern Suburbs pack, on 1 December 2023, attaching a spreadsheet listing Chanukah events and requests for police presence.
Thought it might have been earlier than 1 December. I thought it might have first been sent on the 22nd of November, but I may be mistaken.
Beautiful. Yes, you may be right. There was seemed to be a number of emails. I'll take you to the relevant email, which is behind, should be in your bundle, behind the first tab numbered 1, 2, 3. There are two of them. So, but behind
Yes,
the
I
first,
have that. Yes.
do you have that? It's an
Yes.
email chain of 3 emails.
Yes.
And for the record, that has the document ID NCS.0001.0005.002, but I don't wish it to be brought up. You're quite right. The bottom email of that email chain has a CSG officer sending an email on the 22nd of November 2023.
Yes.
And then it's clear from the 2 other emails in the chain that same email was then sent to other officers of the local area command.
Yes.
And in respect of the 1 December 2023 email at the top of the chain, that 2023 list of Chanukah events was sent to the operations inspector, who remained in the position of operations inspector as at December 2025.
Yes, looks that way.
And then the document that was provided is reproduced behind the other tab 1, 2, 3, and it's in a different format to the way it was done in 2025, but if you can look at the last few pages of that spreadsheet, it's in landscape format. It refers to a number of events in mid-December 2023, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And the one, there was an equivalent Chanukah celebration at Bondi in 2023, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And can you identify which entry related to that event?
It's a bit hard because this is not in A3 format, but I think it was the event on the 10th of December 2023.
Yes, I see that. So that's on page 6 of 9.
Yes, that's correct.
In the middle of page 6 of 9.
That's right.
Where, again, the guests estimated are 1,000, and it's in the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command. And there's a request for, or what the document says is, quote, request for HVP/PORS units on foot at the event for the duration.
Yes.
And HVP means high visibility policing.
That's my understanding, yes.
And PORS means Public Order and Riot Squad.
That's my understanding.
So in 23 there'd been a request for that level of policing for the entirety of the Chanukah celebration.
That's correct.
In 2024, I'll take you to those documents. So first, the email that CSG sent in December is behind the first tab numbered 124. Do you have that?
Yes.
And for the record, that's NCS.0001.0005.004. This was this shows an email chain that starts with an email on the 12th of December 2024. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then there's that email was provided to a police officer who at that time you understand worked at the local Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command, or was that a different position?
No, I'm not sure this gentleman worked locally. I actually don't know.
All right. And that attached a list of events in the Chanukah period for 2024, which fell at a later time than it did either in 2023 or 2025. In 2024, Chanukah began on 25 December and ended on 2 January.
That's right.
Then you'll see the first email in that chain was sent on the 20th of December 2024 at 12:50 p.m. Have you got that?
Yes.
And the CSG then provided that same police officer with an updated spreadsheet.
Yes.
And then to go to the updated spreadsheet, it should be behind the next tab. It is a spreadsheet with the document ID NCS.0001.0005.0005.
I have that.
And you see in the middle of the page there that the events notified included on the 29th of December 2024 a Sunday evening event, Chanukah by the Sea, again with expected guests of 1,000.
Yes.
And in the column headed vulnerabilities and request, the CSG said, among other things, request for HVP/PORS in the event for the duration.
That's correct.
Now, in respect of either the 2023 or 2024 Chanukah celebration at Bondi, do you know whether police officers from the Eastern Suburbs PAC were present for the duration of the events?
I don't know.
Now, finally, as I indicated in an opening address to the Commissioner this morning, the Commission does propose to examine Jewish community security in more detail as a discrete topic in a future hearing block, and much of the second half of your statement is addressed to that topic and will be dealt with at that time. But there is one aspect of it I would wish to ask you about now. In paragraph 190, you give evidence that the New South Wales Jewish community incurs substantial annual security-related costs.
Yes.
And you've provided CSG's estimate, which in the first instance was to be regarded as confidential, but are you in a position to be able to indicate what the estimated commercial guarding costs for 2026 for the Jewish community might be?
Yes, I might just contextualise that. So the costs are moving around because as the threat increases, obviously the costs increase. CSG as an organisation, although we have many volunteers, can't be everywhere, particularly with organisations and venues that are open during business hours with members of our community there, schools, those sorts of things. And so the CSG works very closely with commercial guarding companies, and commercial guarding companies obviously operate commercially and have to be paid. So the estimate I provided in my statement has, even since then, come out of date. So I think our best estimate at the moment for just commercial guarding costs for the New South Wales Jewish community for this calendar year will be about $12.5 million.
And how does CSG arrive at that estimate?
It's an estimate based on our knowledge and understanding of commercial guarding costs across the community. Part of it comes from the fact that we work very closely with certain community organisations. We integrate very closely with their commercial guarding companies, and we know how many guards are on at different venues at what times. We know what commercial rates are, so we can do that calculation. And then separately, there's a whole separate piece of work being done by the ECAJ to verify those costs for the purpose of the Commonwealth Government grant, because a number of the grant applications are being made to the ECAJ for support for commercial guarding.
And just to be clear, when you refer to commercial guarding costs, you're not referring there to Jewish community organisations or sites paying CSG for the provision of security personnel, or
no, we don't charge for the provision of security personnel to events or sites. This is for third-party commercial guards.
Yes. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms Munro?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Callan?
Thank you, Commissioner. There's just one brief topic which may give rise to about 3
Yes.
questions and then 2 other matters. Sir, in your statement at paragraph 109,
Yes.
you refer there to what you've been told about a phone call with an inspector from Eastern Suburbs PAC about the event, and you say there specifically to request static police resources.
Yes.
With that in mind, can I ask that the witness be shown or have available to him the email that he was asked about of the 8th of December 2025 from CSG, which was about the event notification? You might recall you were asked about that. I don't ask that it be shown on the screen, but for the record, it's ncs.0001.001.0013.
Just a second, I'll get it up.
It should be 110.108.
Yes.
You were asked, amongst other things, in this about what appears on page 3 of this email.
Yes.
In about the middle of the page, in terms of the events being grouped into 2 priority categories, and category 1 was requesting deployment of resources for the entirety of the event. Do you see that there? Is that what you mean when you talk about static police presence?
Well, what I understand by static police presence is
Yes.
not taskings, so not patrol, so someone there permanently for the duration of the event.
Thank you. Those are the questions for the witness. But there's just 2 brief aspects, Commissioner. One is that the witness was asked about an email from December 2024, which was sent, involved an exchange between CSG and a police officer, and I think the witness was asked where that police officer fit and whether they were from the Eastern Suburbs PAC. I can indicate that that individual was a staff officer to Assistant Commissioner Scott White, who at the time was the commander of Operation Shelter.
Thank you.
And the only other matter, Commissioner, is that can I reserve my client's position? I understand this witness is to return at a later hearing block in relation to other topics addressed in his statement.
Yes, indeed, Ms Callan.
Yes.
Yes, Ms Lyons?
No questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. I won't excuse you because I understand you are coming back, but thank you for attending today.
Commissioner, the next witness is Witness ABP.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
As I indicated, your name and address is known to the Commission and you've been allocated the pseudonym ABP. Your position is Chief Operating Officer at CSG New South Wales?
Correct.
You've made a statement dated 15 May 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, the doc ID is stat.899.0064.0001_R. I tender the statement.
Yes. Well, that will be received as Exhibit 2.00211. Oh, 27, I'm told. We'll get this right, Mr. Lancaster, by the end of the commission.
That's my ambition too, Commissioner. You've been the Chief Operating Officer of CSG since 1 August 2025?
Correct.
In that position, you're responsible for the operational planning and delivery of protective security at Jewish communal sites and events across New South Wales?
Correct.
Part of your role is to work with government agencies in relation to the provision of security at Jewish sites and for events in New South Wales?
Correct.
In the lead up to the Chanukah events in the eastern suburbs in December 2025, you engaged directly with New South Wales police officers from the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command?
That's correct.
Now, CSG, I won't take you to the CSG emails of 28 November and 8 December unless you wish me to, but you're familiar with those emails?
No, that's fine.
You are familiar with them?
I'm familiar.
Yes, all right. If I can go then to the 28 November 2025 email. Just pardon me a moment. Right, it should be behind tab 108 in your bundle, in the bundle. Do you have that?
Oh, that one?
No, that's not right.
Could you repeat that, please, as to where I found it?
I'm sorry, just pardon me a moment. The cross-referencing's gone awry again. So, is it behind tab 111? 28 November 2025. It's behind should be, I'm sorry, behind tab 3 in your bundle.
Okay, thank you.
Have we found it?
It can be identified by doc ID.
Yeah,
that
so
will
it's
assist for
about
us,
to, yeah.
William. Thank you.
So do you have that?
I've got a copy of it, thank you.
Okay, so it's ncs.0001.0001.0006. That's an email of 28 November 2025 from CSG to a blind copied to a whole series of police email addresses.
Correct.
Now, did you cause that email to be sent?
The email would have been sent in consultation with the intelligence department. Yes.
I see that you're one of the blind copied recipients.
Yes.
And also blind copied to the person who in December 2025 held the position of commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC at her direct police email address.
Correct.
Commissioner, just to interrupt, we do not have a copy of this email. We do have a copy of the attachment. It appears not to have been uploaded to Lexcel.
This is the same email I was asking the previous witness about.
Yes,
Right.
don't have it.
We'll certainly provide a copy, and I'm sorry
Great.
that hadn't already been done. Now, is it right that one of the other recipients you can see, I think the last entry in the blind copied recipients was the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command Intelligence email address?
Correct.
And is it right that CSG had those email addresses from its previous interactions with police over a number of years?
Yes, that's correct.
The title of the document that appears in the email as the description of the attachment is CSG Chanukah Threat Assessment.
Correct.
Now, did you have any role in the preparation of that attached document?
The document was prepared by the Intelligence Department. I then reviewed the document prior to it being sent out.
Intelligence Department, you mean that part of the CSG organisation that that reviews intelligence and prepares these assessments?
Correct.
I see. Can I go to your statement, please, where in paragraph 4 you describe that on the 8th of December 2025 at 11:24 a.m. you called the commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, you say in paragraph 4 that you cannot recall the precise details of the conversation and you have no specific recollection of the conversation. Is that the position?
Correct.
Did you make any note of the conversation?
I did not.
Did you refer to the outcome of the conversation or its contents in, for example, any email to any of your CSG colleagues that you have identified?
No, I did not.
You have said in paragraph 4 that you don't recall having any reason to speak with the detective superintendent who you were calling, that is the commander, other than in respect of the Chanukah event scheduled for 14 December 2025?
That's correct.
Now, you say it's likely that you would have discussed CSG's request for a static police presence at Chanukah by the Sea and Chanukah in the park.
That's correct. I can give it some context if you'd like.
Yes.
So the email that you referred to earlier in relation to the two different levels of police attendance being static and or mobile, that email was given to me by one of my staff members in the morning of the 8th. After my review, I made it a request to him to ensure that those two categories are reflected in the email. Given that, I was acutely aware that the discussion needed to take place with Eastern Suburbs Police Command, and therefore the discussion and the phone call to the commander was placed at 11:24 on that morning.
I see. It must be the case that you've given some further consideration to what happened on the 8th of December 2025 since preparing your statement?
Yes, I have consideration.
Yes, and did you do you remember in that conversation, I know you say you have no specific recollection of it in your statement, but do you remember whether or not you asked to speak to the operations inspector at the start of that conversation?
No, it wouldn't. It would have been directly to the commander asking the request to have the static policing.
All right. Is it possible that you called the commander about an alleged incident of anti-Semitism concerning school children at Westfield Bondi Junction on 30 November 2025?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that event?
Very vaguely, now that you've mentioned it, but not before that, no.
Right. Is it possible that the 8 December phone call could have had as its main topic the question of an anti-Semitic incident involving school children at Westfield Bondi Junction?
I think it's possible, but as I say, I have no recollection of that taking place at that point in time. My recollection would be based on the fact that we were moving towards Chanukah and the email that was going out that afternoon.
Do you have any documentary, that is email record, of the draft that you said you were sent on the 8th of December in the morning?
I don't. It was shown to me in hard copy at the time.
I see. And about what time of the morning was that shown to you on the 8th of December? Can you remember?
I don't remember exactly, but it would have been somewhere between probably 9 and 10 a.m.
Now, is it possible that the call on the 8th of December, you didn't raise or discuss the topic of security arrangements at Chanukah at all?
I don't believe that would be the case, given the events and where my mind was focused at that time.
Now, can I show you another email from the 8th of December? This has the identifier NSW_PF.0001.0003.0246. Which is, I think, behind tab 9 of the bundle of documents.
I've got it, thank you.
You've got that. Now, this is an email from you to the Operations Inspector of the Eastern Suburbs PAC.
Correct.
And it's 8 December at 12 p.m, just after 12 p.m.
Correct.
And you said, "Hi, hope you're well. I was hoping that with the upcoming Chanukah festival approaching, we could grab a coffee or have a call to discuss and just have a general catch up. Please let me know what works for you this week." Does that email jog your memory at all about the subject matter of the conversation you'd had with the commander about half an hour earlier, according to your evidence?
The email I actually was not aware of until my legal team made me aware of this email. I had no recollection of the email that had actually been written at the time. So it's only come to light for me more recently.
Okay, but you considered it when you were casting your mind back to remember what happened on or about the 8th of December?
Yes.
And does it assist you in your recollection about what occurred?
Yes, my recollection is that the commander would have requested that a discussion take place with the superintendent or the operations manager at the Eastern Suburbs PAC. And this was just an email that was prompting a call and have a discussion around the policing presence over the weekend at the events.
So your present recollection of what occurred is you had the conversation with the commander at between 11 and 12.
Yes.
That addressed Chanukah, and in the course of that conversation, she suggested that you call the operations inspector.
Correct. I don't believe that the commander would have given me any answers around the policing request for the event, and therefore request that I speak to the superintendent.
I see. Now, you also record in your statement that on the 10th or 11th of December, you received a call on your mobile phone from the operations inspector.
Yes.
In paragraph 5 of your statement, you indicate you don't have any record of the precise date and time of the call, and you don't have any note of what was said.
Correct. When I look at my telephone records, it only shows outgoing. I can't see any incoming call.
But you do have a recollection of that
Yes.
call?
Yes, I do.
Your mobile number was I observe on the 8 December email that you sent that we've just seen, but as you understood it, did the operations inspector already have your mobile number?
Yes.
You record in your statement that you recall that the inspector asked how he could help.
Correct.
Did you understand him to be responding to the email you'd sent inviting a catch-up or a
Correct.
talk?
Yes.
You say that you replied that CSG was requesting a static police presence for the entirety of 2 Chanukah events in the eastern suburbs.
Correct.
And you describe that you explained why you were making that request.
Correct.
And what do you recall saying?
That given the current threat environment that our community was facing, the fact that it was an open air event, the fact that CSG couldn't be armed in that environment, we were not allowed to do so legislatively, and given the number of people expected to attend the event, we were requesting that there be a static presence.
And what, to your recollection, did the operations inspector say to you?
His response to my recollection was that they do not believe a static presence is required based on the risk assessment they would have undertaken internally.
Did you say anything else in that conversation?
I would have had yes, I did say something else. I said that there would be a lot of unease from the community not having a static police presence on the ground, and I would have tried to convince him other than having mobile taskings.
And did you discuss in that call the nature of the mobile taskings that were to be involved?
Not to my recollection in detail. For me, mobile taskings is attending and leaving. There's no specific time frame in between or how long they'll actually be on the ground while they're there.
Is it possible that you spoke to the operations inspector earlier than the 10th or 11th of December?
No, not to my recollection. It's always been that 11th or the 10th or the 11th.
And why can you be firm in your recollection?
Because there was no other reason to have that discussion with him prior to that time.
That was some 2 or 3 days after you'd sent your email asking for a chat or a catch-up?
Correct.
Does that accord with your recollection of the time between your email and the time you spoke to the operations inspector?
It does.
And are you quite firm in your recollection that this conversation didn't happen on the 8th? For example, in the afternoon of the 8th?
I don't recall any conversation in the afternoon of the 8th.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, Ms Munro.
No questions.
Ms Callan.
Yes, just a few questions. Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner. Sir, my name is Callan. I represent the state of New South Wales, including the New South Wales Police Force. You were asked about the email that you sent to the Operations Inspector at Eastern Suburbs PAC on 8 December 2025 at about midday, for the record, NSW_PF.001.003.0246, in which you indicated that you hoped to catch up with him about the upcoming Chanukah festival.
Correct.
I think you've observed earlier in your evidence that between making your statement and giving evidence today, you, amongst other things, identified that you had reviewed, was it in draft form?
Correct.
An email that was ultimately sent at about 4 o'clock that afternoon.
Correct.
I see. And you tell the Commission that that, amongst other things, was on your mind on the earlier in the day on the 8th of December, is that right?
Correct.
When you sent that email to the Operations Inspector at midday on the 8th of December, I take it you'd had communication with him prior to that occasion?
Yes, we had. Not specifically for Chanukah, but over the holiday period.
Yes.
And building up to holidays being Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah.
Yes. Had you had communication with him going back before 2025, for instance in 2024, in respect of the high holiday period or the Hanukkah events?
No, at that point I wasn't a full-time employee of CSG, so I had no involvement with the with police prior to me joining in August.
Okay. And in terms of your desire to line up a time for a coffee and a call to discuss, is it your best recollection that what occurred was the conversation that you recall having on the 11th of December?
Yes.
All right. And in terms of your conversation with the commander of the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command earlier in the day on the 8th of December, you indicated in your statement you don't recall having any reason to speak to that detective at the time other than in relation to Hanukkah.
Yes.
Can I ask that the witness be shown the document which is NSW_PF.0005.2581, which is an email from yourself to that same inspector at the Eastern Suburbs Police Area Command, sent on 8 December 2025 at 5:58 p.m. I have a hard copy here. Apologise, it doesn't have the doc ID.
Splendid that you have that hard copy.
Commissioner, would you be assisted by that?
Oh, good, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. That's it. Do you see can I direct your attention to the bottom half of that page?
Yes.
Do you see there is an email that you've sent at 5:58 p.m. on the 8th of December to that Operations Inspector at Eastern Suburbs PAC?
Yes.
Referring to an incident in Westfield on 30 November involving 4 young Jewish teenagers. Do you see that there?
I do.
Does that refresh your memory as to another topic which was on your mind that day, which caused you to engage with the Eastern Suburbs Police?
So only in seeing this email now, yes.
Yes.
So there would have been 2 areas that I would have liked to have covered off, being this one and Chanukah coming up.
When you said that there were 2 areas you'd like to have covered off, are you talking about your best efforts to try and reconstruct the conversation you had with the superintendent of commander of the Eastern Suburbs PAC earlier that day?
I don't recall that conversation at all in relation to this email.
Do you? Can I suggest you don't have a recollection at all about the substance of what you discussed during that conversation?
Correct.
What you are able to do with the benefit of hindsight is try and hazard a guess as to what you might have discussed with her.
I think, again, in terms of what was happening within the CSG office on the 8th of December was arranging and having things put in place for the coming weekend, and therefore the 14th of December was high on my mind, and that was what I wanted to deal with on the 8th, and therefore I phoned the commander to have that discussion.
You've accepted that you don't have a recollection at all about the substance of what you discussed with the commander during the conversation on the 8th.
Correct.
You accept that with the benefit of this email, there was at least one other topic that was on your mind that day?
Yes.
And you accept, again, you're reconstructing, doing the best you can, that aside from Hanukkah events in coming up on the 14th of December, that this was a topic that you may also have discussed with the commander?
It is one that I may have discussed, yes.
Do you accept the possibility that it may be that you asked to speak to the inspector in relation to what was proposed by way of taskings for the Hanukkah events?
So just repeat the question.
That is, do you accept the possibility that you might have, through the
commander indicated your desire to speak to the inspector of operations in relation to police taskings that were proposed?
No, I think that I spoke to the commander to highlight my request to have static policing, and then she would have more than likely pointed me in the direction of the inspector.
In terms of the request for static police presence, your statement indicates that that was on your mind on the 8th of December and again on the 11th of December. Was there, in your mind, anything different by way of information available to CSG for the December 2025 Chanukah events as compared to, for instance, the December 24 Chanukah events?
I didn't have any input into the 24. I wasn't around for the 24 one. So I've looked at this purely from 2025, and there was no comparison for me.
When you had your conversation with the operations inspector on 11 December 2025, do you recall the operations inspector indicating that police would allocate a crew or two to each of the events at the beach and at Dover Heights, similar to the previous year?
I don't recall that conversation. My recollection is around mobile taskings, not specifically to the crews, as in terms of your wording there. I don't recall that.
All right. Do you accept the possibility that there may have been reference to police attendance in the same way that had occurred the year before?
I don't recall that there was a reference to the year before.
Were you aware of the nature of the police attendance that had occurred the year before? I recognise you were not in the job at the time, but had you become or made yourself aware of what had been deployed?
I wasn't aware of the presence they had, no.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Callan. Ms. Lyons?
No questions, Commissioner.
Anything arising?
Nothing arising, thanks.
Very well. In that case, I will adjourn the Commission until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.